Dopoh, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect a fact irresponsible man what happened to our country. We elect a responsible man to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it or not?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes across, because many times you notice that
if Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, road, B road, all kinds of the place. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the closing argument. I am Jerome Gayman, obviously your host and Article 7. You're almost serving the gentleman who is the do man. He goes to every length to bring you what's happening in our country, to profile some of the best minds in our business. Our Liberian children are doing well. It's not every one of us that in this country that you guys consider we are losers and then come to Liberia to bluff. Today we are going to be profiling 3 of our best to talk about something that affects everybody, whether you like it or not. You can be in denial. It is mental health. And if you are going to be talking about something of this magnitude, you need the best and the brightest in the business. And what makes these people so special is that they are Liberians. So they can talk to you culturally, they can talk to you professionally, and they can provide the data. Today, we're going to be hosting Dr. Nafasa Masekwe. We are going to be hosting her co-panelist, Minerva Grant. She's a mental health specialist. And then we are going to be hosting Dr. Quita Weir Roberts. And my co-host today will be as usual, she doesn't want me to say she's a co-host. She is just a regular Liberian that likes to do what is better and best for Liberia. Talvina will be here. Ms. Cole is an avid fan of Liberian professionals. She goes out and she fetches them out wherever they are. If you are a Liberian professional in the diaspora, she will track you down and she will find you to come and give help to the Liberian people. You know, sometimes when you are talking to your friends or your family, man, you get more for them and you're crazy. Oh, my man, you tell all kinds of jokes, man. You tell those crazy jokes. Sometimes your friends or relatives does something to you that you sit there and scratch your head. You say, I wonder what's going on with her or with him today. Is he losing his mind or what? Sometimes you are walking down the road and you see your friends talking to himself or talking to herself. The stressors in our society can lead you to mental health. But who am I to diagnose someone? I do not have the expertise. I do not have the know-how. But I see some folks, they don't look normal. They are so stressed that they lost their sense of humor. Some people, you look at them and they want to fight you. Why you look at me like that? The stress of the situation in Liberia, in particular, it can send you crazy and has sent so many people crazy mentally. Sometimes you are talking to them, they are so mentally occupied that you are talking one thing and sooner or later they just go on to something else on the tangents, talking about something totally different. I was watching the funeral today of an entire family that got wiped out in a fire in Monrovia. And the husband is sobbing, he's crying like a child. The first thing that came to my mind was, oh, Jesus. I wonder what is he going through? What is his mental state of mind? What would I have done if my wife, my children, my grandchildren all died? Not just regular death, but a terrible death in a fire. They all burned to death. What mental state would I be in? The families and associates and neighbors, that benefited from the largesse of this family? What are they going through? Who's going to fill the big shoes that she left behind? So we will be talking about mental health. How healthy are you mentally? The season is coming around, the economy is bad. How are you going to put food on the table? How are you going to buy stuff for the children, for your wife, for your sister, for your mother? How are you going to take care of the older folks in your home? Just thinking about Christmas, a little over a month away. Actually, less than a month. Is enough to send you crazy. The mental distress. Today is November the 28th. Tomorrow is going to be President William V.S. Tubman's birthday, November 29th. And on Sunday will be November the 30th. It will be my birthday. And it turned out that I shared my birthday with President Joseph Yuma Boakai. How will the president celebrate his birthday on Sunday? Will he tone it down because 99.9% of the population has nothing or very little? Will it be enough for the president to say, hey guys, I acknowledge the birthday, but there should be no pageantry, no partying, no waste? Mental health, that's the topic or the theme for today. As our panelists come into the studio, they will be brought on, and you are in for a treat. But before we go to our folks, let me welcome you all that are listening to me by way of radio. Truth FM 96.1. Whether you are in Harper City, you are in Ganta, you are in Seleke, you are in Wesson, or Magibi or Marsha territory. We used to call it Marsha, Marsha, and then the folks from Gibi, they joined forces and it's now Magibi. Monrovia, Tottenberg. Our folks from Tottenberg, when I used to hang around there way back then, the young folk from C.H. Dewey would be running all over the place because they're the top dog. They used to be the top dog in bombing. Hopefully they still are. We went to hang around in Cape Mount. There was a place called Congo. We go to Congo, hang out with the guys from the Congo Public School. And then when we went to the concession area, we hung out with the guy from LKC, Linda King Christian High School. Grade school sponsored by NIOC. We used to go to Bombay to watch straight arrow play. Then we visit the Firestone Plantation, Marshall, then Jonathan Goodrich High School. And if you went to Harper, you had to contend with Kepamas High School. Our Lady of Fatima. If you happen to have made your way through Nimba, you will have to contend with Cara High School. Cara High School. If you were in Buchanan, obviously you had to go against the giant, Bassa High School. So yes, we are talking about mental health. While we wait on our folks, let's look at some of the headlines in the Republic of Liberia. The first out of the headline here is a big one. So lawmakers warn the fiscal year 2026 budget risks becoming not achievable. The lawmakers are saying what we have been saying a long time ago. This budget is mostly about show and tell, but it lacks substance. Liberian people are getting there. Lawmakers warn 2026 national budget risk being not achievable. The House of Representatives has summoned all state-owned enterprises to appear before the full plenary next Tuesday, following a blistering preliminary report from the Ways, Means, and Finance committees that reviewed inconsistent reporting on realistic revenue forecast and a chronic underperforming on a key institution responsible for funding the draft budget for 2026 as presented by the Liberian government. The WMF committee unveiled its findings Thursday after several days of intensive revenue hearing with the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning, the Liberia Revenue Authority, and over a dozen SOEs. The committee's evaluation raises serious concern about the viability of the government's $1.2 billion revenue goal for 2026, an unprecedented 36% increase from the year 2025 approved budget of about $880.6 million. According to the report, domestic revenue is projected at $1.11 billion, while external sources are estimated at $72 million. However, as of November 17, actual fiscal year 25 revenue collection was only $719 million. Leaving more than $160 million uncollected and weeks remaining in the fiscal year. The committee warned that without immediate corrective action, the fiscal year 2026 target risk becoming more of an aspirational than achievable goal. The Liberian Petroleum Refining Company received some of the committee's strongest criticism for inconsistent financial disclosures. The company reported a fiscal year 2025 assessment of $5 million, but showed remittances totaling only $799,000. A discrepancy lawmakers found unacceptable. For fiscal year 2026, the LPRC increased its projection to $11.2 million, although the committee said it provided no supporting documentation. It ordered LPRC to submit all outstanding levy statistics and financial statements by November 28 today. The National Port Authority was also criticized for an incomplete and inadequate presentation. The entity did not provide a fiscal 24-25 financial statements, which the committee stated are essential for evaluating performance and credibility. The Liberia Maritime Authority, National Fisheries and Agriculture Authority, NAFA, and the Liberian Telecommunication Authority, LTA, also submitted projections they consider to be over-ambitious. Lima, for instance, resisted Minister of Finance's recommendation to raise its revenue assessment to $20 million, despite uncertainties in the global market affecting maritime income. Enforcement failure affecting revenue compliance. The report points to a weak enforcement of revenue laws as many obstacles to meeting projections. It criticized by the call a relaxation by the Ministry of Justice in empowering the LRA to garnish bank accounts of non-compliant SEOs. And enforcement to the Revenue Authority is legally entitled to use. The committee argued that unless SOEs are compelled to remit statutory fees, revenue mobilization will remain underperformed. Guys, basically what they are saying, you can't just come over here and say next year we're going to contribute $10 million. When this year you pledge you are going to collect and remit $5 million, it turned out you have only $700,000, not even $1 million. If you cannot remit $1 million of your $5 million, how then can you project to remit $10 million the following year? Liberia to launch IRPS, enabling cross-network money transfer. This is my friend, this is a big one. If this one is handled the right way, Liberia should be in good shape. Liberia is preparing to launch one of the most significant upgrades to its national financial transfer structure in years, as the Central Bank of Liberia confirmed that direct person-to-person transfer between Orange Money and NTM Mobile Money will go live in the coming weeks, a milestone expected to accelerate the country's swift and shift towards a cashless economy. The new service is powered by Inclusive Instant Payment System, a nationwide digital platform enabling real-time transfer across banks, mobile money networks, and fintech provider. Fintech is going to be the provider. Once fully operational, customers of both mobile operations will be able to send and receive money instantly, 24/7 throughout the year. The Central Bank of Liberia officials said the initiative will eliminate long-standing barriers in Liberia's payment ecosystem, cutting transfer delays, lowering costs, and giving consumers and businesses faster, safer, and more reliable financial tools. Small and medium-sized enterprises, which make up the backbone of the local commerce, are expected to benefit from improved cash flow and reduced transaction frictions. This is going to be great for the country, going to be great for everybody. You can do business no matter which one of these careers you have. You can do business between the two Lone Star and Orange, they call it. The African Development Bank approves extra $7 million for Biden hydropower completion. Biden, hopefully, man, is it in Nima or in Lofa? Whatever dollar that is, hopefully, I'm pronouncing it right. Liberia's long delayed Biden Falls hydropower project is set to receive a major boost after the African Development Fund on Wednesday approved an additional $7.41 million to complete the construction of the runoff river power plant and its associated infrastructure. The approval announced in Abidjan closes critical financial gap caused by implementation delays, cost overruns, and underfunding components, including the project's Gender Action Plan. The African Development Fund is concessional lending arm of the African Development Bank. According to the bank, the new financing will ensure the project delivers 8 core outputs: completion of the hydropower plant, great integration, and full environmental and social safeguards. The Renewable Energy for Electrification project is a joint undertaking between the Liberian government and the African Development Bank. It was approved in October 2019, signed into law 2020, and launched in 2021. This is great news for our country, for our folks, and we do not want any politics here. You just heard what I read. This project was funded and approved in October 2019, signed into law January 2020, and launched in March 2021. Excellent. Cloud Hope Foundation hits back, calls government records demand negativity and political darkness. Mr. Abu Kamara, welcome. And I like some of the news coming out of Liberia. The transformation of our mobile money system is a major development, and we have to give this government credit. If you are in the diaspora or locally, you are sending money, whether you are on Orange or you are on cell phone, what do they call them? Cellcom is now Orange, right? And Lone Star. Between those two corporations, you can now move money swiftly, safely, 24/7. It has removed all barriers. The objective here is within a few years, Liberia will be part of the cashless economy in the world. We are not going to get rid of cash altogether, but this is going to improve the livelihood of our people. You don't have to stand in long lines. You do not have to subscribe to one particular company to get your money. Once your money is sent to you or you want to send money, all that money Abu is making, if I call Abu to send me something, he doesn't have to ask me what you got. You got Lone Star, you got Orange. He just sent me 1 million and I can take it and put it in my bank. Abu, so go ahead and start getting that money ready for me. So this is great news. This is great news. This is brand new. This is awesome. And if this particular hydropower plant we are talking about, if it's in your county, it's in your neighborhood, send me something in the comment section. It looks good on paper. They took photograph of the structure. It is awesome. Whichever county this is in, I think this is in Lofa County, the folks in that area will be benefiting from that, and this is great for our people. By God's help, if we have one of these hydros in each county, it will alleviate the power grid thing from, not Firestone, but LEC. Let's push for more. The Clara Hope Foundation, founded by former First Lady Clara Marie Weir, has condemned the Liberian government's request for financial record related to the construction of its residential facilities, calling it a politically motivated attempt to damage its reputation. The statement released Wednesday in Lower Maghibi County came less than 24 hours after the government asset recovery and property retrieval type for issue a formal notice summoning the foundation to explain how the multi-million-dollar Marshall Project complex was funded. The foundation said it was taken aback by the sudden demand, calling it an attack fueled by forces of negativity and political darkness. It emphasized the project was funded through legitimate means and that the government's allegations are troubling, attempting to tarnish years of philanthropic work, Mrs. Weir's life work in Liberia before, during, and after her time as First Lady. The foundation stated it has always operated with integrity and in full compliance with the law. It questioned why the government would accuse it of misusing public funds before reviewing its own records, calling the move an attempt to shift the burden of proof for allegations that never occur. The foundation categorically rejects the politically motivated action we seem designed to tarnish Mrs. Weir's hard-earned reputation and undermine the credibility of an organization dedicated to serving Liberia's more vulnerable, it said. Mrs. Weir, through her office, vowed to defend her legacy and said she would leave no stone unturned in protecting her name, her work, and the integrity of the foundation. Her team also pointed to what it described as a pattern of political hostility since the institution opened last year, including alleged directives discouraging officials from attending Clara Hope Foundation events and punitive measures reportedly taken against those who did. The foundation said that although the latest move is disappointing, it is not surprising, asserting that it has long been aware of effort to discredit its work. It stated it remains confident that none of the allegations can withstand scrutiny in any credible forum and pledged to cooperate with the government while fully exercising its legal rights. The statement assured donors, partners, and beneficiaries that the Clara Hope Foundation will not be deterred by the forces of negativity and political darkness seeking to undermine our mission, adding that its commitment to serving our vulnerable children remains intact. Telvi Cole, welcome.
Howdy. Happy what? Happy Black Friday and happy Sour Bella Day.
Aha. You notice it's Black Friday, my people.
Black Friday and Sour Bella Day, the next day after Thanksgiving.
After Thanksgiving is Black Friday. Hopefully you're spending wisely, but those who say they have been spending, they are waiting for tomorrow. Cyber spending. So instead of rushing to the mall and overspend, make your list, go on Amazon, go to the different website and get a better deal than going to the mall. So I like my cyber spending. I love to buy online. I know which stores that I like to buy from. I trust their products, so I do my cyber thing. Welcome to the show. I like the sweater that you in a holiday mood.
I'm ready for Christmas, Mr. Gayman. I put this baby behind me yesterday. I'm ready. I want you for Christmas. I'm starting early.
Have you recovered from the turkey?
Yeah.
I got enough, and I'm going to eat for the rest of the week. Everybody that came by brought something and took something.
That's always good.
So how was your holiday? How was your Thanksgiving?
It was good. It was quiet. Didn't eat much. I had on top of the turkey and everything else came and everything. I just wanted a good country pepper soup, and I had that. You know.
Yeah. I think what the lady named Calypso or something, she sang, if you go to Liberia, nothing but pepper soup.
Drink pepper soup. Drink pepper soup. And you know what? I want to pepper soup with Mr. Gayman. You will not believe it. I was telling a couple of friends that called me to wish me Thanksgiving. I've been wanting to eat, you know how we grew up with that, what they call Dopoh?
That's right.
I've been wanting to eat my pepper soup with Dopoh. You know, just Dopoh. I wanted the Dopoh so bad. And I don't know how to, Sunday, but I watched my mom and other people cook it and I ate it. So, but I had some ideas. So I was just like, we'll make do. So I created I blended my cassava. I tie in the thin bag, plastic bag, kind of like we were doing Liberia, and I tie it with string. And I bought that sucker. And after I pounded it, it looked like it tasted like it, and I enjoy it with my pepper soup.
Hey, Dr. Peabody will say the same thing. The family can cook the turkey and the dressing, but you better have my fufu and soup on the side.
Right.
So you can take the people from Liberia, but you can't take Liberia out of them. But that's what it's all about. Well, for me, it was I'm in a home of all women, six women, actually 5 women, to my one.
Yeah.
Tough. But we had a great time yesterday. The only man besides me, my son, came down from Connecticut.
Okay, good.
So we had a full house, everybody home for a while for the first time.
Well, that's very good.
The twin girls came home from FSU.
That's right.
My older daughter, she's working on her nurse practitioner thing in Palm Beach, and she came down. So everybody's down. We're having a great time.
That's really
the food was good. Family stopped by. We had a great time yesterday, and I'm still having a great time.
That's really
so let's talk about mental health. I know we're going to have some great guests today. How did you come up with this topic? In your neighborhood, do you see Liberian people going crazy?
In my virtual neighborhood. In my virtual neighborhood. Yeah, I don't even see, where I live, I don't even see Liberian people. I think for the most, I've never seen Liberian people. I've been here probably for 4 years. This side of town, I've heard it probably one couple or so, but no, I don't. But the virtual neighborhood where we spend most of our time, we see the madness. We, just see all kinds of stuff. How they handle trauma, how they handle breakout, how they handle, whatever it is, friendship and all. and our own experiences, you know, whether it be a racial trauma, whether it be a work trauma, and all different things. I was just like, we gotta talk about this. And you know, Mr. Gayman, as I prepared for this show, and so I didn't even know they were burying that family this morning. You know, the woman and her. So I woke up to that, and you know, people sent me the stuff, but just seeing that woman, that was one picture that I saw. You know, just seeing that woman in her great casket with her child on the right, child on the left. I was just like, oh my God. So then I started to see, I said, well, maybe the Lord wanted us to just talk about this. Because from a Tommy perspective, can you imagine? That's a huge grief as a nation, husband, family, people, you know? What do you think?
I couldn't watch it. I only when they were coming into the edifice of the church, and I saw what was going on. I turned my TV off, and I couldn't watch it because just the news alone is traumatizing, and I didn't want to put myself through that stuff because it's enough to give you nightmare. You watch the kind of trauma we are talking about. So hopefully, policymakers, those people who are making all this money in the country, they will listen to us and make this a public policy, because this is now becoming a national security issue where there's fire everywhere. People are burning to death. The speaker's house got burned.
Right.
Joseph's home got burned. The police, they were the Army chief of staff home got burned. The former president's home got burned. I mean, we are talking about burning from everywhere. There's not poor people. I mean, everybody's homes are getting burned. Why? So the policy people need to look at now the wiring system.
Yes.
They should go to the United States type of grade where all different wire got different grade. You can't just buy any Chinese wire and just build a beautiful home and put your wire. No, the the things have to be either 10 gauge or 20 gauge, depending on the power you're using. So all of these things needs to be talked about. We also need to talk about mechanical engineering. How do we create new window bars that are retractable, that can either be pushed out or retractable so folks can get out? These are things government should be doing, not just budget. So hopefully they will listen and we can join the conversation. I'm going to call my representative in Bassa and talk to them. This is serious stuff.
Yeah, but Mr. Gayman, just to add to your recommendation, one of the recommendations, one of the 3 recommendations that I put on my page a few weeks ago, just looking at it from a disaster recovery incident response perspective, which is my area expertise. I'm looking at your fire extinguisher in the back of you. You have 2 of those. In Liberia, they don't even have any. In our homes, we have them all around just in case. The people don't even know how to use the fire extinguisher. They don't even know what the acronym is to even practice those kind of things. They don't even have the stuff.
You see, I have my fire alarm.
The alarm and all.
Everything.
Everything. Fake fire drills. Just requiring people to even have it at home, but even making it affordable, because somebody will probably take advantage of this, which is a good marketing strategy to start ordering fire extinguishers in Liberia, but make it marketable so the poor man can be able to buy one for their home and their family, so that it gets a small fire. At least they can be able to spray the exit route so they can have some sort of exit route to get out. All the family can be able to even use the extinguisher. Because I was even talking to a friend in Liberia. Most people don't even know how to use a fire extinguisher. They don't even know how to react to fire, all the things they teach us about drop and roll and blah, and all those different things. No. So we have a far way to go, Mr. Gayman. I don't know. Maybe that's another show for another day to bring the fire experts here, use this as a use case and to talk about that, because definitely there's room for opportunities and learning in this space. Yeah. So.
When we're talking about curriculum development, these are the things that the educators should be talking about. It should be a curriculum embedded in every school how to deal with fire, how to escape. Fire drill should be part of the curriculum. Every school should learn how to do fire drill. But the whole nation, I was looking at the budget, fire, they were talking about a curriculum development, and they put $20,000 for the whole nation. I mean, how
what can $20,000 do? It's not even enough to renovate a school.
Nothing.
People spend millions of dollars here for one school, and we're talking about $20,000. Are you serious?
Yeah. So this is where we are. So when we're talking about the folks from Brewerville, thank you very much for tuning in, and hopefully you guys are listening to us. We have to come up with a way to save lives in our country. Mr. Addison is saying that we should demand that there be fire station in every community.
True.
If you are in Liberia, are you talking to your representatives that are making all the money? Do you even have enough money remaining there to build a fire station in your area, or even a fire hydrant in every, let's say every community? Fire hydrant. The fire station doesn't have to come, look at the fire, then go get water and come back. Can you imagine? And they say they found a woman, I guess she was trying to escape, and she locked herself in the bathroom, and I guess she got overcome by smoke, and she got burned to death. That's
injection. Yeah. After she couldn't do anything else.
Yes, I mean, in your own house, you can't get out. The window bar, you can't. You run in the bathroom, and you're trying to get out, and now like I said today on my page, our homes have become crematorium for our folks. You like to do, you can't get out, and you get cremated in your own house.
Yeah.
You get burned to dust.
When I was in Oklahoma, when the tornado, they used to tell us how to, react to the tornado. They had drills and all kinds of stuff. But one of the ways we could do that, when the tornado started coming, they blow that siren, you go in your bathroom and in your bathtub, so that when everything come on you still be okay. So when I heard that woman went to her bathroom, that's the thing that went straight to my head. I said she thought that was a safe haven. She was like, if all else failed, the house will burn, but I will still be okay in this bathroom. But look at smoke injection just took her life, and took all of them like that in one sweep. I mean, how do you deal with that? Yeah, how do you deal with that? The man, how do you deal with that intense grief? And I'm so glad we're having that discussion today about, dealing with hard grief, hard hurts, and how do you even live through that, process that, and heal from all those hard places. It's tough. It's tough.
It is. To find the community leader, this woman was the community leader in that area. Everybody depended on her. And they say she was so active. She was the nerve center for everything. She advocated for the folks. She did everything for them. And in an instant, I saw her family photo with she, her children, and her husband. And everybody in that photo got burned, with the exception of the husband. Everybody got, just imagine the guilt. If you were a husband, you were at work, or you were out of town, and you had no chance to at least do something.
Right.
You can't be of help to your wife and your children. The guilt is just
forever.
Lord, yes.
Did they ever find out the cause of the fire?
No, they have not. They have not said anything about it yet. But one of the things that I'm telling folks is, if you go into Liberia, do your family a favor. The metal cutter is one of those machines. You can charge it, and it can cut through the metal. The window bar, it can cut through it within 20 minutes. You can cut the whole thing. if you were in the bathroom like she was,
right,
if the window wasn't too high,
right,
if she took that wet towel and put it around her face and just put out on shh, she will have, but these things I think you need to train people, they need to talk about it and stuff. So hopefully when our folks come here with when we're talking about mental health, the grief section of this is a whole different thing. We got to do another day. But you know, I was talking to a friend when I go to Liberia and look at people that were younger than maybe 5-6 years younger than I am. When I look at them, they look like they're 75 years old. The daily stress, the stress of life, the stressors in our country. A man who knows himself cannot support his family, just the basic necessity of life, he cannot provide it. What kind of man are you? Or you feel, you know, we grew up to be told that we are the head of the household. We have to provide, we have to do this, and rightfully so. And life is so hard that you can't do that. The stress. Christmas is coming. The holidays are coming. Children will need something new to wear. They want to go out, families. You know, you're not working. You have no job.
Right.
So it limits you, a respectable man or woman, to beg your fellow man. You know, send me something. I mean, it got to be, when you talk about degrading your whole personality, your state of being, to call another man and say, listen, man, Jerome Gayman, he sent me something for me to get something for the kids. It takes everything out of you.
Right.
And
the thing is, like, it's not that the person, the people are not willing to work. They are willing to work, but there's no opportunity. You know, there's no enabling environment for them. They're willing to work. You know, that's the painful part. I'm willing to work. I cannot find work, so I end up being a beggar just for my people to have bread to eat. Like, why? You know, shouldn't be that way. You know, here, these ones, somebody want and they want work. They just want to drug. They sit down under the bridge. They take their drug. They pay for $5. That's their path. But some people that the people are willing to work. Give me work. I will work and earn my living. No way. No opportunity.
I was listening to the labor minister today on the site of where the Chinese are building the overpass bridge, and these folks were working in hazardous conditions. They didn't have no steel-toe boots. Some of them were working in flip-flops, sneakers, shoes, and you know the minister asked them, did they give you guys boots to wear on the construction site? And people said no. Can you imagine working at a major construction site and you don't have shoes?
Wow.
Then he asked them, how much are they paying you? They said $150. That's before taxes.
Wow. And those are thousands of dollars projects, what they are. Some probably million and all. Yes, $1 million projects.
And the folks, they asked them, how long do you work? He says we work from 7 in the morning to 6 at night, 9 hours daily.
That's the dawn. They only 7 days a week.
And they are not paying them for the extra hour. They're not paying them. The minister was saying anything over 8 hours, they have to pay you overtime. Are they paying you overtime? They said we don't know because we don't have a pay stub to see deduction. They just gave you the money. Right. So you don't see what are you paying Social Security, retirement, nothing.
Nothing. And if they go complain, guess what? They'll fire them. They'll bring somebody else the next day. So they shut them up because they need a small money.
That's why they ask the minister, if we talk, will we be fired? He said, no, I guarantee you, all of you guys here, list your names. We'll see to it that nobody fires you. And I hope he lives up to that. But $150 for construction workers? That's after taxes. I wasn't there, but I heard Martin Colley say after taxes, some of them bring home $90 a month. $90, and that doesn't include them paying their way to go to work. If you pay $1 a day to go and come, after 30 days, that's $30 there. If you're working 30 days or 28 days or 20 days, that's $30. You subtract the $30 from the $90 they give you, you are bringing home $60 a month for a family of 4 or 5.
Right.
It is tough. Mr. Cassell, I was, we all think it's a joke. I was watching the thing this morning. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. All they get them with their hard heart and their yellow flat jacket. That's it. And they had to go to work from 7 in the morning to 6 at night, working at night with no shoes. So we're talking about mental health, guys. When we talk about mental health, mental health is not just being gone cuckoo, not totally being crazy, but daily stressors are all indicators of mental health, family issues, relationship issues. Obviously, financial issue would be the number one. If those things are not in line, the stress as the breadwinner of the family, things like now, Christmas coming, the children, everybody, like my Ellie used to say, Daddy not come home, okay? She said, at least he should have a brown bag, and in that brown bag should be something for the kids. So if the children expect that when Daddy comes home, he will have something, and he gets home and has absolutely nothing, what does he say to those children as a father? With dignity. So people walk in the streets of Monrovia and talking to themselves. And you think they're not crazy. But you're just wondering, Lord, what am I going to do? What am I going to say to these children? What am I going to say to my wife? Should I go home or wait until they go to sleep? If you're renting, the landlord needs his money. I mean, it's enough to send you insane. You're thinking about this, and the wife is telling the landlord, my husband ain't come home yet, and sometimes some of the landlord will sit there and wait. We had a show here where the guy say he didn't go home at all. He waited until, it was night, and he snuck into his own house. And we saw Mark Jabater, the assistant minister at Auburn. He says, when I was not in government, I was here criticizing and saying things. He said, now, even that I'm working in government, I do not go home. He said, before I get home, my whole yard is full. Because I was an advocate saying, now that I'm in government, everybody thinks he has everything. So now when he gets home, the line is so long, the whole community waiting for him to come home. So he said now he doesn't drive his car.
Wow.
He walks, and sometimes he detour. Can't go to his own house. But he was brave enough to say, I brought this passion on myself because when I was in opposition, when CDC were in government, we said they were doing nothing. And when we got there, we will alleviate this, we will do that. He said, when I got there, little did I know that what I was saying was actually a pretext to what was to come. Now, everybody expects Mark Jabater to have the rice, the oil, the food, everything. So
the cow meat.
Yeah, the cow meat. He said, so when he got a job for it, that's what he was doing. That's what he was doing. He would go and get it in, but he got, after 4 or 5 months, he could no longer afford to do it. You know. But what I baby like was he put his head to the camera, and all he was getting gray.
Gray already?
Yeah, he said, look at this. He said,
you can't remember what you asked for.
Yeah, he said the stress. So I said, well, you know, this is what we say is the old folks used to be careful what you ask for, and the old folks would say, be slow to speak, and when you are speaking, be measured. Don't be braggadocious. Don't brag because it will come back to get you. And now this is why he's going through. Just imagine you a government official and you can't go to your own house. You're scared to go home because you have overpromised and can't deliver. So that alone, the mental health that he is going through.
Yeah.
And those who have overpromised that when we get there, we'll do this, we'll do that. Oh, it's easy. This is where we are at this point. So let's talk about your career. How did you wind up in everything? Well, not just mental health, but everything.
I like mental health.
I know, that's what I'm saying. You're everywhere. You started off as an accountant, or?
So let's give you. I'm sure you're asking me that question.
Yeah, because I'm telling you, I tell the folks if we need anything, just call time.
I'm telling you, somebody give me money, or no.
Every time I call, I say, you know what, we need to do this. Do you know anybody who? You said, let me go around, let me go call, and you get in touch with these folks who want to do mental health. Do you know anybody? Okay, let me go around. And the good thing that you are doing is we are bringing Liberians in these fields, because usually all of my contacts is like with the United Way and everything. It's an American institution. So I don't know many Liberians, but for you to actually put these people together in a short notice is admirable. So talk to me how you got into all of this.
So Mr. Gayman, let me just say, I mean, we got almost 4 or 5 shows lined up.
I know.
You know, we got, after this show, we will have another show that, so you're talking about the road and you know, the bridge, and we're bringing some subject matter experts, you know, engineers. We're talking about the road construction, you know, tollway, whatever they bring, I mean, the regulations, everything, even safety gears, you know. I have a friend who is a civil engineer, and he dressed properly when he go in the field. Sometimes we talk on camera, he got his helmet on, his boots on, his this on, and talking about people with barefoot and all kind of things that could get injured, and even got no insurance, nothing. So we're going to bring a team of experts. We're going to bring another group that are educators, you know, people that got doctorate or whatever, but they're teaching higher ed, and someone teaching in public schools here to talk about our educational system. I know another gentleman that reached out to me. He wants to talk about policy because he's a policy manager. But we're trying not to bring one person because we don't want to showcase one person. It's not about one person. It's about a team. Because if we bring a panel of 2 or 3, you know, everybody can bring something to the table. You know, I always say you bring your chicken soup. One person bring the rice. One person bring the palm, and then we eat the dry rice. One person bring the wing. We eat the dry rice. One person bring the small fish. So we already then another team I'm trying to put together, and I talked to 2 or 3 people that I know are pharmacists. We're going to talk about medicines and pharmacists. We talk about other things, but we never talk about medicine. And these are our Liberian pharmacists. They come to talk about medicine, you know, and everything about it, and you know how to dispense your medicine, overdose, and all of that. We know the generation now. They're overdosing. They're doing all kinds of crazy things with medicine and stuff like that. So different things. We want to showcase our professionals. Well, come here before I continue, and I'll answer your question. I'll answer your question.
It is good you say this because we have a Liberian in I think he's in Massachusetts. His son just got his PhD in pharmacology. A Liberian guy. And I will reach out to him whether he want to participate.
Yes.
But these are the kind of things we are talking about, bringing Liberians, not, you know. So before we go, Magnus Cassell, everybody who's listening, if you have an expertise in any area, we want you to please call us, call Tavi, call me, and we'll do a show. This is not about them, it's about everybody. So if you know anybody, you have any topic in mind, and you have an expert in that area, we would love to have a show on it so we can all. This is a Liberian show. It's a Liberian platform. It's not all about gossip. It's not about politics. It should be about profession. Yeah, so now talk to me. How you got started?
Yeah. So, no, I want to echo what you said. And if you can't get to me or you can't get to Mr. Gayman, get to Tomalin, Peabody, anybody, any of the guys. Then they will reach out to us. But we want to use it as an opportunity. We want to showcase our professionals. And two, we don't want to talk about politics all the time. And we want to use it as an educative podcast, where we can find tips and stuff like that, and hopefully our government too can get some tips and nuggets from here to do better. But so how I crowd pull these people? First of all, Mr. Gayman, so I've always been out there, when I say out there as a social person. So because of the fact of different schools that we went to, so we know a lot of people. And besides that, we do a lot of social media in a good way. I'm very active on social media. I'm posting all day, making 100 posts. I like to make these little posts and things. And we, good way, we have the people that follow us. And, I'm almost like a recruiter kind of person. I read, on other people posts and other groups I'm in, I read people reactions to stuff. And so, because I'm using the opportunity to spot intelligent people or professionals. So I read how people react to certain posts and read their profile and say, oh, okay, this person's a project manager. So we'll put together a team of project managers to talk about how you manage projects on all levels, whether, engineering or whatever skill. So different ways. And some of these people are friends of friends, and sometimes they're through conversation. Talking to you, Mr. Gayman, and say, I want to do a show on whatever, or want to talk a show about, hotel management. You say, oh, I know one of my friends that can manage hotel. And then I know somebody, and together we just reach out. And I'm not afraid to talk to anybody. Most of the people I don't know, I know them, but some of them I'm not really friends with them, but I send them, note, like professional note to say, hey, my name is this, I'm from a closing argument. We want to do a show on this. We'd love to have you to join us. Are you able to join us? So I deal with it as the same way I would do from a professional standpoint, because part of the work we do, I have to do kickoff meetings and, different departments and stuff. So I'm used to pulling people together and doing meetings like this or putting panels. Like this is everything, easy life for me. So it was just easy to just put professionals. So most of the people I don't know, but I think through the process, we'll start making those healthy connections and bringing them on. So for the most part, that's how I connect. And then over time, we become, good friends. Like at o'clock, that was many years ago, probably 2 years ago. I connected with him about social media, but over time, I use him as a mentor. I reach out to him, like I got questions about, cybersecurity and stuff like that. I mean, even when I was working on my second master's in cybersecurity, I would bounce, reach out with him and say, blah, blah, blah. He would kind of guide me and stuff like that. We want to keep these healthy connections. We want to, so for the most part, that's
excellent. So this is a community organizer. That's a Barack Obama female form, right? His job, he graduated from Harvard Law. He want to be a community organizer. There's a lot he felt were in the community, but nobody were organizing. They were scattered all over the place.
Oh yeah.
And in no time, he put them together and look what happened. So yes, community organizing is very, very important. Knowing where the resources are, where we can reach out to each other, and deliver the resources and let the people benefit. While our folks there she goes. Oh, well, you're synchronized this thing?
I know everybody was off camera. I started everybody just coming one.
But somebody matching your pink.
I know, I love it. Pink 160 days of activism. So
I know Dr. Masakwa is wearing pink just like you. Yeah, it's all right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is the closing argument. It is great to have you on. Well, I tell you, I feel privileged to be on with 4 beautiful women. I don't want no guys coming over here, just me. That's correct. Thank you very much, guys, if you were joining us in cyberspace by way of radio, 96.1 Truth FM that covers the entire Liberia. We got full calling from Sierra Leone, from Conakry, Guinea, from Ivory Coast. We have a show for you. You're going to have a great time. You're in for a treat. We got some of the most beautiful women. They're not just beautiful, they are sexy. You know, to me, sexy women are women with brains, women who can do things. They have qualifications and they have what it takes. That's the whole package. We have them here. I have Dr. Quita here. She's going to introduce herself. We got, is that Manova? Are you Miss Grant? How you pronounce her first name?
Minerva.
Okay, Minerva. And Dr. Masakwe. So let me start with Telvi. Telvi, introduce yourself. I know nobody knows you. We never seen you before. You just come and tell a little bit about yourself, man.
Mr. Gayman just left for me to talk. We're just talking for 1 hour and 11 minutes. But hello, everybody. Telvi here out of Dallas. That's all I can say. I'm so happy to be a voice in this space. I am so happy to have the ladies out here. I know they're all family people, and even if they were not spending time with their family, they need all the rest because they're professional people. So just taking some time out of their business schedule to be here, I don't take that for granted. The guys behind the scene and Mr. Gayman too, we don't take that for granted. We appreciate you guys and we thank you for just coming to be here for an hour, 2 hours, whatever it is. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You know, when you talk about community assets, Telvi is one. When I call, I say, we want to have a show. And do you know Liberians? Let me get on it. She knows everybody for some reason. But without further ado, let me go from right to left. If you are watching us, Dr. Nafasa, is how you got Nafisa? How you pronounce it?
Nafisa
Masakwe. Introduce yourself. My first time meeting you. I'm glad to be with you. Tell us who is Dr. Masakwe. What is it you do, where you do it, and where you from?
Sure. Good evening.
Tell us your high school. If you want a high school in Liberia, you got to call your high school.
Okay, I'll get to that. But good evening, everybody. Beautiful ladies on here. My noble sister,
Hi,
good evening. Thank you so much for this invitation tonight. It's an honor to be on this platform tonight and share knowledge and information with our community, with our broader community. My name is Dr. Nafisa Masakwe. I'm a licensed clinical social worker by profession and practice. I reside in the state of Delaware. I've been in the field for a little over 21 years, working with children and families, primarily in a child welfare arena. I've kind of done the spectrum in terms of investigations, child protection, removals, preserving the families who are kind of at risk of having their children removed from the home. I've worked with children who have been exposed to trafficking, sex trafficking, drug abuse, domestic violence, sexual assault, you name it, in different communities, in different settings. And presently, I am the Chief Operating Officer of a large social service organization in Wilmington, Delaware, and I also teach in higher education for a few of the universities.
Tell me your high school.
I actually went to high school in Staten Island, New York. I was born in the States.
Okay.
I went to Wagner High School.
Okay, I know where that is. I grew up in Newark, New Jersey, so I know you to hang out on Staten Island. Quita, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Happy post-Thanksgiving for those in the United States. I know you all ate a lot because I ate a lot. It's a pleasure to be here. And Tabby, thank you for the invitation to come and join you. Mr. Jerome, nice to meet you. And the other panelists, Nafisa and Ms. Grant. So I am Dr. Quita Roberts. I am a licensed professional clinical counselor. I am a private practice owner where I run my business from home, so to speak. I transitioned to telehealth, so I now practice through telehealth, and I love it. It's the best gift that God has ever given to therapists. So I'm so happy for that. I have worked in an array of mental health places, including a psych hospital for over 10 years. I have been program director, clinical manager for various programs, teaching group homes, different psych units, and started actually a state program, which it was one of the first in Maryland for a co-ed unit for a group home. So that was very exciting. Right now, I am a mom of 5 boys. I enjoy spending time with my family. And yes, so Tavi, this was big. But it's a pleasure to always talk about mental health. I don't shy away from it. I'm also the founder of the Friendly Counselor Foundation. So what I do is to educate youth in Liberia. I go once a year and I provide training with schools, teachers, churches, hospitals, community, and I'm very much involved in mental health training. It's free, and I always go back to give back to my folks because, of course, we do know the kind of community and the kind of environment we have there, the culture, especially as it takes to mental health. So it's always a pleasure to be there. I went to high school in Brooklyn, New York. Sarah J. Hill. That is why I went to high school.
Excellent. Brooklyn. You got a rep here. I know a few friends that graduated from Erasmus High and Prosper Heights High School.
Okay. I know where that is. Yeah.
I almost said, did you guys know each other from New York?
Yes, me and Nafisa, yes.
Okay.
Miss Grant.
Oh, wow. It's an honor to be on the stage with these beautiful, educated ladies. My name is Minerva Grant. I live in Fridley, Minnesota, a suburb near Minneapolis and Brooklyn Park. So let me put the Brooklyn Park so we can know. So I'm a mental health practitioner. I don't have a license to diagnose, but I work under somebody's license. Personally, I work with Atlanta Health. Is one of the largest health department hospital in Minnesota. I work as a mental health practitioner, and always have to, special single mom, have our sidekick. So I'm working as a mental health practitioner too at a intensive residential treatment and program where people comes in for like 3 to 6 months, and we help them to manage their mental health symptoms and addiction that they're having. So I've been in this field, I've been working in this field for the past 20 years. I started in a group home as supervisor, and then I had one of my supervisors that told me, my director that told me, I know you love working with the developmental challenge people, but maybe you need to try the mental health field and see if that's something what I'm seeing in you. And so I went back to school and I got my master at the St. Mary's University in Minnesota, Minneapolis, in health and human services. And then I did the addiction studies graduation. I got the graduate certificate, never licensed to go and do the license. So I still think about going to complete it and get my license so I can be able to, go further. And yeah, I have 2 big children, adults, but they still babies to me. And they keep telling me I'm not. I have my grandchildren, and I graduated from the Assembly of God High School in
AGM. Hey.
Yes, I graduated from the Assembly of God High School, and then I went to the Don Bosco. It was Arthur Barkley at that time. And then when the war came, I came to America and went to school. So, yeah.
Wow. So we are looking at a combined experience of close to 70 years combined between these 3 beautiful ladies. That's what I'm talking about. Now, real quick before we get started, do I look crazy?
Why?
No.
I will leave it with the title.
Does Crazy have a look?
I will see it, but then I will let the title say
Because my daughter, my older daughter tells me, she said, Daddy, nothing makes you mad. He said, you got to be crazy. So I said, if you try to get under my skin, you're wasting your time. You will never get under my skin. So she thinks I'm crazy. But let me start with Dr. Nafisa. Dr. Masakwe, what is mental health for those of us who are novices?
Sure. So absolutely. That's a really great question. I'm so glad that we're having this conversation tonight, because I think that oftentimes I think that people don't truly understand what the definition is of mental health. And I want to actually give a textbook definition, because I think that we all sometimes come up with our own definitions, but I would like to give a textbook definition. And so it says mental health includes your emotional, psychological, and social well-being, and it affects how you think and how you act. And most especially, it determines how you react to stress and how you relate to others. So that is what mental illness is, or what it entails.
Okay. Wow. So how you think, how you react to stress. If your rent is not, if your rent is due, you don't have your rent. All of that. That's it. Dr. Nakwita. If someone walks into your office, okay, what are some of the first things that they come to you for?
So various things. People come for depression. They come for stress, right? They come for ways to learn to cope if they're having issues within their relationships, their marriages. Maybe they have issues with toxic parents. Maybe they grew up in a family where they were raped, molested, so incest. Maybe they themselves have been victims of sexual abuse, emotional, physical abuse, domestic violence. And then, of course, people come to me who are going through many different sexual orientation type stuff. People come for church issues within the church. I deal with people from all different walks of life. So it just depends. Some bipolar, schizophrenia, so mental illnesses, anything that has caused interruptions in their day-to-day lives, they will come to my office to navigate through those situations.
Wow. Ms. Grant, you guys, from the work that you do, how do you remain sane when you listen to people's stories after stories, trauma and stress and all of it, and you just take it in and take it in? How do you balance your own mental health?
I try to take care of my own mental health too. So I know the first time when I entered school, my first professor, the first thing she said, I want you guys to know what is burnout. You get in this field, you should know what is burnout. That means taking care of yourself. When you feel burnout, how do you feel burnout? And when you know that, then you know how to take care of yourself. And it is not an easy thing, especially some of us that we get our own trauma too. We experienced the war in Liberia, and personally get some other things. Like you said, when the rent is due, you don't have it, you stress out. But how do you and take care of yourself? And I take care of myself when I feel like I'm not, I feel myself because I learned it. So when I see myself getting anxious or something, I either take a vacation. I love driving. So I take a long drive. So now 12 hours, I drive to Philadelphia to my sister and come back. And when I'm home, I just do something for myself. So I let my directors then know, all right, I need to take time for myself. And if I'm meeting up with some clients that I feel what they're experiencing is affecting my being, I have the right in my practice, the place I work, to let my director know I can work with this person because I see what's going on. And they will transfer the person to another person. So that's what I do for myself. I try to catch it and then I try to work with it not to bother me. So I go for a trip. If there are clients that I feel it won't be good for me, I take a step back and switch the client. Yeah.
Wow.
I would like to add to that, if that's okay.
Yes.
So as I mentioned before, I teach for a couple of the local universities. I teach actually for 2 MSW programs, 2 Master of Social Work programs. And what I often tell my students is that even the best therapist, the best social worker, the best clinician has a therapist, meaning you yourself need an outlet. Right? Oftentimes our clients come to us with complex issues, compounded issues, and you have your own, like Sis Minerva said, you have your own issues that you are troubled with, challenged with on a daily basis. And so you need somewhere, a safe place, a safe therapeutic place to be able to deposit that information so that it does not impact or affect your family, your circle, your nuclear bubble in a negative way. And so oftentimes we don't do that. And so then we take that out on our children, our significant others. We see it surfacing, at work, maybe with our colleagues, with our other clients or so. So I want to encourage anyone that's out there, the best therapist, social worker, clinician, whatever your title is, has a therapist, and that is okay. Thank God we, live in a place where there are a plethora of licensed professionals out there. A lot of times our employers, as Sis Minerva said, they offer a lot of these services as well to us, because they understand the complexity of the work, that we do. And so it is okay to seek help outside there. It doesn't necessarily mean that something is wrong with you. It just means that you want to take care of yourself. You want to preserve your family. You want to preserve your environment. And you want to be the best to yourself before you can be, any good to the clients in which you work with.
Yeah. And just to come in, like you said, I have the therapist that I'm working under her license. I meet with her once a month, every third Wednesday in the month. We meet for an hour, not to even talk about the client, but to talk about myself. She asks me what I'm doing, she helped me. So, yeah, you have to have that space, that safe space where you can talk about how you feel, because it's not an easy thing, mental health, to work with people with mental health issues. You have to be safe yourself to work with them.
Great. Let me go to my co-host here. Telvi, it's all yours.
Yeah, before we move on, that's an interesting conversation to burn up, but I want to hear from Quita, and I want to come back to that, Masako. What do you do other than see another therapist or telling your students what to do? What do you do yourself, as a therapist to deal with burnout or just dealing with people like us who come to you for help?
So we cannot pour from an empty cup. That is one of the things that we tell people all the time. And one of the things about doing therapy as a therapist, you must be genuine. You must be real. If you are going to sit across the stream or in person, your clients, your patients, they see right through you. If you are coming in with your baggages, they know, they see it. You can't hide it. Mm-hmm. The minute you step in that room, just like we are assessing them, they're assessing us. So we got to come correct, like they say in Liberia. We got to come correct. You got to work on your own stuff. So there is sometimes we must be able to use not only therapy, but various ways to cope, such as whether it is reading your Bible, it is praying, going for walks. There are many times after work, I draw a bath. I would just go in my tub and pour some nice soak in there and light up some candles and relax. That's my quiet time. That is a way for me to decompress because we carry heavy stuffs. There are times I don't answer my phone. I don't talk to nobody because that is my time to bring myself back home to my body, to bring myself back to center. So what I have to say is added to everything else the ladies has said eloquently. We must advocate for ourselves. In fact, the school I went to, Hopkins, in the program, Johns Hopkins made us go to therapy. We were forced to do some of that work. That was the first time I actually, since I came from Liberia, and I had to sit in that chair to have people perform the same thing that I'm going to do to other people, literally giving me therapy. And it was when I actually realized that I was still holding on to the trauma from the war. I thought that I had, dealt with all of that stuff through writing, because I wrote a lot in high school. I joined a lot of clubs, and I was encouraged to write because I wrote a lot of stories. And so I thought that, yeah, I'm fine. I processed all of that stuff. But when I sat in that chair and my professor started to go down and he started to bring up all of that stuff, and I started crying and I was pouring. And I said, wow, this is so powerful. This is so beneficial. Why haven't I taken advantage of it all of the time? So yeah, I have a therapy friend and I have a therapist, right? Because we all have that. There are certain things I can call my friend and tell. And then, of course, sometimes our colleagues become our therapists. So there are many other things that we can do besides therapy, that we can engage in other activities. And it is also beneficial ways of coping to help us reduce stress.
Let me go to Dr. Masoko. This is embarrassing, but I got to tell you, let's talk about culture, right? Those of us who come from Africa, or let me say Liberia in particular, because Africa is big. We come from a patriarchal, male-dominant society. I remember when I was going to grad school, they wanted me to do a complete physical. It entailed taking culture and all that stuff, and they made an appointment. I went to the health center, and the doctor was a female. And I said, so what am I going to do? She said, you're going to take your pants off. I'm going to do this. I just told her, I said, okay, I'll be right back. I never went back. I went and I told my appointment, I said, family man, the lady think I'm crazy. I should take off my pants so she can take some culture. She took me a long thing. She said, this is what I want to do. I said, I'll be right back. I'm going to drink some water. So talk to me about culture, how culture form barriers to some of the things we do. Culture, and then you are female, I'm coming to you. How you deal with that? How does it affect your profession?
Wow, that is a loaded question. And I'm trying to figure out where to start, because culture is great, right? I think it's great that we embrace our culture, but I think culture in many ways, when we think about mental health specifically, has limited our people for a very long time and has prevented our people from seeking the necessary help. Culture has in many ways made people to feel that it's shameful if you're not feeling okay, right? Let me back up just a little bit. And I want to preface that by saying it's okay not to feel okay. I just want to put that out there, that it's okay to not feel okay. And then there are avenues, obviously, to help get yourself to the point where you feel okay. But a lot of times our culture has prevented us, like I said before, from seeking the necessary help because of the shame, the stigma, the stereotype, the judgment that oftentimes comes along with it. I was having a conversation with someone earlier about the words that we use when we think about mental health, right? I look at social media, quite often, obviously, right? We're on a social media platform today, right? Trying to raise awareness. But I think on the negative side, where I often hear about, mental health, well, that person's crazy. That person's saka, they're going mad. They're losing their mind. The words, the demeaning words that are used or that are connected to mental health oftentimes prevent people from seeking help or from coming and saying, Mr. Jerome, I'm not feeling okay. I've been really anxious. Whenever I hear this particular name or I'm in a certain environment, I feel, anxious, or, I haven't really felt like doing the things that I typically like to do. I haven't gone to work, I haven't been able to take care of my children. But because we're often hearing on a daily basis, you're crazy, you're this, you're that, I'm not going to be comfortable. The person may not be comfortable to come out, to confide in you, to seek help. Right. And so, again, like I said before, there's oftentimes shame that's attached to that. And so many of our folks in the community right now, as we speak, many that are even listening to this platform tonight, are suffering in silence. They don't have that trusted one that they can go to be able to say, look, something is off. I don't know how to name it. I don't know how to call it. you know, I don't even know the first step, but I know I'm not feeling well. You know, I know I'm not where I should be. And it's all because of the things that are said. And because culture says, you know what, oh, you're fine, just pray about it, which is fine, right? It's okay if we also, you know, use our religious and spiritual tools to kind of get us through. But there's nothing wrong with us also using kind of the Western way also to be able to seek help. So I think culture has sometimes limited us in terms of seeking the help that is necessary.
Tavi?
Man, I don't even know what to start from. Yeah, I mean,
I'm passing it back to you.
These women, they keep loaded.
Tavi,
please, this is our
yes, go ahead.
And so just listen to Dr. Massacre and like with me, because I work with people one-on-one, either through Zoom or meeting them in person or through the phone. And when we come to culture, so I will put it to the Liberian community. And you know, Minnesota, we have a lot of Liberians there. I think one of the things I see is trust. When a Liberian know that your therapist or your practitioner, and the first thing they would think, I don't want to go to her or to him. I think my business will go out there. That's the first thing. And then they would rather go to another person. And the doctors can maybe tell talk on this more. What I learned when I was doing my study and a lot of research, when you come to mental health research in America, especially when it comes to the African community or even the African American community, there are not a lot of research in America. I got a lot of research when I was doing my research paper and other paper. I would get it from Canada or Australia. Especially Australia, they went deep into African community. And I think we get a lot of African people over there. But in America, there were not a lot. So when they go to the other, and it's a good thing you can go to anybody and you need to trust, the person. But then sometimes you think about the culture. You think if that person really understand, to diagnose you. And I hope I'm not talking too much. There's a book that I took 2 times in 2 of my classes. They call it's a book written by a social worker from California, I think Los Angeles or Sacramento. They call it When the Spirit Catches You, You Fall. I don't know if the doctors they read that. And it was about the monk community. The monk people came there as refugees. And they were having a children. They in Minnesota too, and then most of them in California. And they were having a children. And the children, most of them had seizure. And when the seizure catches you, that brain thing, you fall on the ground, this thing. But their way of preventing it, thinking they were doing the right thing, was to give them pepper. They would fix a lot of stuff and put it on the and they thought they were doing the right thing. But then when they take the child to the hospital, they would say that child abuse. And they were taking most of the children away from them. So this social worker got concerned. She's like, wow, these people, every one of them breaking their children, and now this thing, they rub it on the children's body. It looked like somebody feeling beating them out. And the person said that's the way they can fix this problem. But then we're seeing a child abuse. So she followed this family that had a child that was suffering from it. Till the child became 1-2 years old, and she was like an advocate to tell the doctors there, all right, do not take the child away. Let's see what's going on. And then at the same time, she was educating the family too that this is not witch, because in that thing is thought our witchcraft. This is a medical issue. This is something with the person's brain. And so that book is something that we in Minnesota, I don't know if they get in other schools, that we got to learn, especially with our dealing with other culture besides the white culture, to learn, and even the white people to learn that, sometimes you got to learn that cultural competency, you got to know it. And so, but in our culture, especially the Liberia and the African culture, what I see and experience, that trust, that the first thing. Because when I'm giving a client, and sometimes my director will say, "Oh, you know, this African client, I think you'll be a good fit." And then when I go to introduce myself, my accent, everything there, "Oh, you Liberian? Oh, this," I have to give a disclaimer. I say, I'm here not as a Liberian. I'm here as a mental health practitioner. Everything we say here is going to stay right here or be reported to my director. If you get out in the community and anybody just tell you, say, "Me never," you get a right to report me because there's a HIPAA law that I have to follow. But right now, you have the right to say you don't want me to work with you. But I think I'll be good to work with you. So I always try to do that. And I have, I think, 2 clients that said no, they never wanted to work with me. And I never took it personal. I understood that trust. And I told her, I said, when we get out in the community, when you see me, don't speak to me. I don't know you. You don't know me. Because the first thing when you speak to me, somebody say, "Oh, where you know me now from?" You know what I mean? And you want to make that connection. I don't think we should do that. So I just wanted to put that out there. So
Wow.
And I just want to add, if I just add a few.
Yes,
so I want to take it back a little bit to Liberia. I think part of the challenge we have in Liberia is the fact that our folks are not educated about mental health.
Yeah.
So for examples, right now we have an entire population we call the Zokos. Growing up in Liberia from a very young age, we know that there were people that they call crazy people. Okay, Zepse, that person is Zepse, the crazy. And we were taught to, crack it. We were taught to fear them, right? Stay away from them. They're not together. Leave them alone. So kind of like they were isolated from the general public. We never really got training on, okay, there are issues within the mind, within the brain that causes such a thing. So I remember as a young child, when we saw those people on the street, we were told, "Oh, leave them alone. They will hurt you. They will do so." We now have the same mindsets of these young people who have now gone into substance abuse, drug abuse, alcohol addiction. What are we and how are we relating to them? It's almost as if we had a choice, we would put them in an asylum, put them away somewhere and forget about them. So mental health is such an important, intricate part of our everyday lives, our everyday health. However, our culture in Liberia, we have a culture that is gradually accepting this idea of there are issues and disturbances within the mind. We are still struggling with that because we still attribute that to witchcraft. We don't see the genetic connections within it, biological connections within it. So it is almost impossible for us to accept a family member who may have maybe schizophrenia or bipolar. They may have psychosis. What is that? We don't know what that is. That person is in wish. That person is from the spiritual world. We are quick to blame something spiritual than really come around to say, let's see if there is something else going on there. So lack of education within our culture. And then we have this rape culture also in Liberia, where when you have these type of issues such as rape and everything else, it forces people to, especially victims, to stay away. They're afraid to speak up. They're afraid to come forward because the very first thing you will be asked, did you do something? What did you do? Incest within family in Liberia. The very first thing our mothers, and I'm sorry, this is something again that goes back to what did they pick up from their family of origin. These are strips that they have now brought into their now family. These are narratives on how they deal and the process issues of mental health. So what they are doing from within the culture has come back from their mothers, their grandmothers to them now, and now they're parenting their children with the same mindset. This is why it is so critical for us to educate our people, our young people, to break the stigma of mental health. There is no shame in having a mental illness. There is help out there. We must encourage our people to seek help. There is no way to run away and hide about it. You can, like Dr. Nafisa stated, we can pray and seek therapy. They go hand in hand. So we are suffering in silence because there is no trust. There is lack of education on how we can help ourselves to alleviate and navigate through these challenges that we may have.
Excellent. Let me go to Dr.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Maybe she wants to chime in on that, and I will ask a question.
Yeah, I just want to actually chime into something that Sis Minerva was saying in terms of the trust factor, because I remember, I lived in Staten Island for a very long time. I grew up in Staten Island, and that's where my career started. And so I did a lot of work with child protection and child welfare. And so, we had a lot of I've worked with several families. I don't want to say a lot I worked with several Liberian families specifically who were either at the point of having their child or their children removed, or who actually had their child or children removed. And so when Sis Minerva talks about that trust factor, I also just wanted to kind of raise the point about confidentiality, because I think we also see that, manifesting on social media, and why people are very hesitant to work with professionals like Dr. Quita, like Sis Minerva, like myself, and like many others who are qualified, trained to be able to really assist them, because maybe there has been, a Liberian or two who has been privy to certain information, and that information has been leaked, has been shared with people who were not supposed to have that information, or has been brought on a public, in a public forum, maybe it was with good intentions, but it, came across differently in terms of either shaming the person or disclosing information that was, very harmful. And so I think that is something that, as professionals, especially those of us who are licensed, we have to take very seriously. If you find yourself in a position where in a situation where you are working with a Liberian family, or, your supervisor comes and says, hey, there's this family, you recognize the name or whatever the case may be, you have to also uphold the values of your license and the profession. Not because you guys are Liberian means that your next door neighbor needs to know, John Brown, John Flomo, they were in my office for depression, their child. No, that is wrong. And so that is another reason why our people are not coming out and seeking help, because we have betrayed that trust. We have betrayed that confidentiality. We have betrayed the code of ethics in terms of safeguarding someone's personal information. So I just wanted to add that part, that piece.
No, that's very important. Wow. We see people health information being thrown all on social media. So yeah, I'm glad you stressed that. But I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, somebody listening to you guys would say, I'm tired with dealing with this in silence, and I'm tired dealing with the shame or the judgment, and I want to move forward. So I want us to talk about some of the steps. So the first recommendation, what can they do? The first step they can do, and some of the ways they can move forward, to get some healing. And as the community, how can we support that person? Anybody can take a stab at it.
So I know Minnesota does a great job, I must say, when it comes to the Liberian community. And one of the things I appreciate is that they come together as far as getting to seek the help that they can. However, one of the things we must be mindful of, which goes back to the trust and confidentiality, when we agree to take on the case to help somebody, the world does not need to know just what we're doing.
Yeah.
Right? This is where we mess up. This is how we mess it up. Do it behind closed doors. I cannot even name how many families, Liberians I have worked with, and you will never know. Because first of all, it's none of your business. Number two, we need to protect our clients. We take an oath for that. So how do we seek help? If you are in the United States, your local states have free services. You can call the 1-800 number from your local Department of Social Services. That's a place to start. If you have insurance, contact your insurance carrier. Most of the times they have listings of therapists that are practicing within your plan. So you can always look it up, and they will give you these practitioners that are practicing and accepting, if they are accepting clients. The first step is to acknowledge that I need help. That's where we start. We must acknowledge that this is taking over me. It is interfering with my life. I cannot function. Something is off. This is not who I used to be. I need help. It is okay to talk to a friend if you feel that you are not capable of making that step. If you have somebody you trust, not the person that is going to spread your business. This is why a lot of us shy away, and a lot of us hesitate to go to people, because we go to the wrong people. And those people somehow has scarred us in the past. So the generalization is that, all those people are the same. Because the last time I had an issue and I went to John, and John went to Dopoh, and I don't trust those people, so we keep it in. There are trusted people out there. If you don't even want to deal with a Liberian, that is okay. There are people who will be willing to help you navigate through this situation. Nobody, if you are listening to the sound of my voice, no one should suffer alone. There is help out there. Domestic violence, that is my passion. I've worked with battered women, battered men. This is something that I take so dearly. If you are struggling within a Liberian community from domestic violence, there is help out there. Find yourself a shelter, or speak to somebody who can help you navigate through a plan, because most of the times you need to really plan thoroughly before you take up and go. You just can't grab your bag. It is not that easy to take up and leave like that. Like we will hear people say, just leave for your safety. So this is something that has to be planned out before you can find the help that you need. But there is help out there. And your church organizations, sometimes it's a place to start from. Maybe they can aid you financially, or find a place for you to stay, temporary housing. But I don't want anybody to feel isolated. We tend to feel ashamed. With these things comes shame and guilt. And I want to say to our Liberian people, we need to stop judging what we don't know. If somebody brings their problem to you, instead of judging them and telling them they're responsible for what they did, take a step back. Understand the very first thing they need to know is, how can I help you? What is it that you need me to do? And if I tell you, how can I help you, I must be true to my word. It means that I should come back and help you. I'm not just telling you, how can I help you, because I want to sound good. If I tell you, how can I assist you, I should be available. If I cannot do it, I should also be able to find somebody who can do it. We cause more harm than we do good when we open up a bunch of wounds. We always talk about trauma. Opening up traumatic events or past situations is almost like opening a soda can. If you were to shake a bottle of soda, and you just open it up like that, what happens? It's spilled all over the place. So when you have professional people who are trained to work with trauma, they tap it a little bit, and it open it tight bit, and it let all of that bubble comes out, and it close it back, and it open it up tad bit, and it let the bubble comes out. They continue to do that until naturally they can open it up without it spilling. And that is the process of therapy and trauma care. We do not just drop you and boom, put you out there. People will say, oh, therapy doesn't work. It takes time. It's a process. And you have trained people, trust the journey, who knows exactly how to navigate you through such a sensitive journey.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, you are in for...
Mr. Gayman, I just would like to add on that too,
1 minute, Ms. Grant, 1 minute. Guys, you are in for a treat. We are talking about professional Liberians that have made it to the highest level, and they are here to give you free advice. But if you need help before they leave, we're going to tell you where they are practicing and their telephone numbers and everything else. Yes, Madam Grant, go ahead.
And just while the doctor is about trust, and with mental health issues, sometimes we don't, we talk about the Liberians now in the context of Liberians. Sometimes we really don't even know if we are going through some mental health issue. When we see our friend maybe just spending a lot, or I try to quote some of the symptoms of bipolar, Some people, you just see them certain time, they just spend, they just lose money, or certain time, they just stealing, they just go out there, or maybe just, let me put it in Liberian way, man and woman business, they just...
Say for what it is, they're not cheering showing you. We're gonna talk about sex and trauma. They're not cheering showing you. So
I know, all right.
Wait, let me get the disclaimer first.
You see this person, you see
when you are picking, let me pause that. I want to get this disclaimer.
All right.
If you got your child sitting by you, let me speak like English. Some of y'all say you can't talk to your children about sex because when y'all grew up, they didn't tell you about sex, so that prohibited discussion. If your child sitting by you, please take your child, put Disney on, and let them go watch what it is, Funny Nemo or something else, because we're going to talk about sex and trauma. This is everyday life. We're going to talk about all these grief and how to recover and all of this. We're going to take advantage of our professionals. So please, because we'll use the word sex. If you think it's one of those nasty topic, send your child to the living room and then watch Disney. Go ahead, please.
So, I just gave you some symptoms, and some in the Liberian community, most of the time we don't even know that this person, unless we the professionals, we see it from a distance when we know a friend, and this friend that come to depression. And I will give a personal story, and may her soul rest in peace. My mom, 1980, when my dad died, my mom was a vibrant person. I mean, lively, everything. But when our father died, she got sad. Nothing was good for her. And we just thought she was sick. We took her to my pet. At that time, I was a little girl, but I knew what was going on. They took her to all the hospitals in Liberia, nothing. She still was sad. They took her, I would say, witchcraft, maybe somebody, in the bush, in the interior, nothing. She still was sad. For 2 years, she went through it. And then when she came out, my uncle was working at Public Works. He said, what, let me give her a job. Let her come and work. And she went, she started working, and she came to herself a little bit. Fast forward, when I got in school, and we started talking about mental health, and this professor started talking about the diagnosis of depression. And when he started saying depression, it come this way, the person will be this way. I mean, it's like I said, the light bulb went off in your head. That's how it went off. I'm like, oh, wow. I think that's what my mom was suffering from in Liberia. I was like, wow. And I think that happening to some of us, some Liberians here, and not to let them know that the help is there. Like all the places I work, and I've been working, they have mental health place there for you to call. Your insurance cover it and everything. In Minnesota, yeah, so good, like what the doctor said. Mental health services very good here. But how do we get our people to know that something wrong? There where the education need to start. We need to start with that in the community, social media. Organization we're part of, and this is a good place. But we need to start with that. To start educating people, letting people know that if you experience this, you're experiencing that, seek help. Just how you think your hair hurting you, and you say, oh wow, my hair keep hurting, I need to go to the hospital for physical. When you get a physical, you need to go. If you feel yourself mentally, you're not happy, or you're just doing something really not you, then go and seek that help. And we need to educate our people with that.
And I think to add to that, I want to just emphasize, that this happens over a period of time, right? It's not typically something that happens in one day. It happens over a period of time. And so, like Sis Minerva, when you were speaking about your mother, I'm sure maybe you could look back and kind of chart like when maybe some of those behaviors or symptoms started to manifest, to be able to say, okay, yes, I think that, she stopped doing the things, let's say, for example, that she liked to do maybe after the passing of your dad or whatever. So looking at it from, over a period of time, I think is also a good way to say, okay, this person typically goes to work, but I see they're not going to work anymore. They're in the house. This is somebody who's usually very vibrant and likes to go out and is a social butterfly, but I see that they're retracting, they're isolating, they're staying in, the blinds are closed, they're calling off from work often or whatever. So those might be some signs. It's not an exclusive list, but that may be some signs that something may be, wrong, or the person may be challenged with some mental health issue. And I just wanted to also piggyback off of something that Dr. Quita was saying in terms of seeking services. Everything my sister said was, on point. But I wanted to add to that we live in a world where nowadays, almost like you go grocery shopping and you can pick whether you want the Walmart brand or whether you want the Goya brand or any other brand. It's the same way you can literally cherry pick your mental health practitioner, professional therapist or so. They haven't set up your insurance providers where you can look at the person's pedigree. You can look at their profile. You can look at their expertise. See, how seasoned are they? Have they been in the field for 5+ years, 10+ years, 20+ years? They have certifications in narrative therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy. They specialize in domestic violence. They specialize in working with elders, with the older population. So you can literally look at the different profiles and figure, okay, I think this person might be a good fit for me. And even if you go to the first session and you find the person is not a good fit, there's also nothing wrong with, then trying another therapist. So I think that, there are so many reasons that could prevent people from seeking services, but there should be also so many reasons that will cause you to seek services for your own well-being. For those who have children, all those of us who have children, you have your significant other, you have so many other people who are relying on you, who are dependent upon you. So you have to take care of yourself. So I just wanted to add that.
Let me welcome Honorable Victor Nagbe. Victor Nagbe, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gayman is going to be here with you. Let me also say hi to our young ladies here, our beautiful ladies, Miss Grant. Good to see you. Dr. Massaquet, Dr. Roberts, and Miss Cole. I got to tell you, I think there is a mental disorder happening right now in Eagles Nation. Eagles are collapsing. This is not
it's all right. It's be positive. Remain positive.
This season is starting to look really, really, really bad.
It shall be well. It shall be well.
Anyway, it's good to be with you all. Let me ask you this.
Real quick, Mr. Nagbe, listen. I was here with you 4 beautiful women. I was feeling good. Then you came on here. Now I got competition. Go ahead.
It is what it is, my dear brother. I should have came here to give you a helping hand. But I wanted to know, could you professionals help me draw a distinction between someone who's on a spectrum? Because in Liberia, once you start acting a little different, the next classification is that, something's wrong with you, you're crazy. And could we draw a distinction between autism, someone who's on the spectrum, various, stops on the spectrum, as opposed to someone who's actually suffering a real mental disorder?
Mm-hmm.
Let's start with Dr. Roberts.
Okay, so the reason now it has been switched over to spectrum disorders, because of course there have been so many disorders that look alike. Like on the spectrum, we have autism. On the spectrum, we have ADHD. We may have neurodivergent. So there is just so much of it. And so we hear people say, when we say spectrum disorder, is not specifically onto autism. Of course, that on that spectrum, there can be Asperger's disorder and many other disorders that looks like it that we cannot pinpoint. So again, how do we treat it? there is not a general way of specifically treating all of those spectrum disorder. You have to really take a test, and then based on those tests, it will place you in a various category that will be treatable. For example, if there is ADHD, they may say, well, on that spectrum, you're on the mild end of it, or moderate, or you are on a higher level of the spectrum, and
Right.
also autism, mild, moderate. So various degrees to that. I don't know if that is answering your particular question of spectrum disorder.
It is, and I'll just push a little further. Are we aware of any active classification in Liberia? I mean, now that we're all, getting more educated on these thing, like you said, the spectrum. I can now look back and say, a lot of us exhibited various symptoms of the various, stops on the spectrum, Asperger, as you said, or ADHD and all of that. But I'm not aware of any guidance, any counselor in my building who will call a person aside and kind of try to help them, navigate services and get help. So are we aware of any active classification right now going on in Liberia as far as we know?
So Liberia has a psychological association. And of course, Dr. Harris, in the past, I've worked with him. He was really one of the only psychiatrists practicing in Liberia. And when I went there, I was fortunate enough to work with him. So now we have others as well that are practicing.
Dr. Ben Harris?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes. So you would have someone like Dr. Harris, and now many new practitioners. Dr. Zia, I believe, is at the Ministry of Health, and there have been many people trained from the Carter Center that are practitioners that goes into the community now. There's an argument on whether or not they are trained to diagnose, but they are giving diagnosis in the community. Over here in the States, that's another story, but this is what they have available to them. So the Carter Center, ES Grant, these are places that you can go in Liberia to find a specialist like myself or Dr. Nafisa or Dr. Grant, who may be able to. Hey, I am speaking it into terms. I'm already
in existence, right? Yeah.
I'm sorry, Dora, you don't have social media now. Before somebody goes and say, "Oh, she's."
You are absolutely right.
You know that I'm part of the clip they were caught.
I misspoke. Let me.
I understand. Just bringing it funny now.
Let's keep it. Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah. Everybody know what you're talking about. Go ahead.
So ES Grant, the Carter Center, just to name a few, and of course, Ministry of Health recently has intensified their program. And I'm really impressed because in the past, it was really lacking a lot of resources. So if you're in Liberia, these are places where you can begin. And then I'm pretty sure there are many private practitioners like myself who have relocated to Liberia. So you just really have to ask around and probably look on social media. There are people there. I know Dr. Geta. I don't remember his thing. I think it's something of hope, healing of hope. But he also has a private practice. He is a clinical psychologist in Liberia. And people such as Dr. Geta will be able to give you testing and to be able to diagnose you.
Excellent.
Thank
Guys,
you.
let me recognize some of the names here. We got David Washington. I love that name. He says,
hi, David.
In Liberia, if you have autism on the spectrum, they say you got witchcraft. Dr. Seaton, our educator, is in Liberia. He says,
hey, Dr. Seaton.
Yeah, from district number 11. We got Helen Washington also, yes. She's watching, following us. Is that Chazi Gabriel? She's watching. We got Telvi is watching from somewhere. Yankwar Malva is watching. The list, we're gonna go down the list, but you know, like me, right? Let me go to Miss Grant here. I went to school in Buchanan. I went to Bassa High School. I was hard-headed. They beat it out of me. You think I'm having a high ADHD? They said the boy can't say that. He got high head, and they took that right hand and whooped the crap out of me. And I sure said that. That's how we deal with it. Some of us, they have high ADHD, but that's how they dealt with it during our time.
Well, Mr. Kromah, again, like I said at the beginning, I do not diagnose. I observe, and then I tell the therapist. Sometimes I come here sometimes when we meet, they say, all right, what do you think about this patient? And I would just try to let them know, and they would do the diagnosis and tell me, say, okay. But when it comes to you being high-headed, we'll go to the African cultural side. See, maybe beating you, it may take it out of you for a while because, like, on social media, sometimes you hear people talking that, wow, the discipline will come from our parents. You know, sometimes people say that abuse, and sometimes the parents, they really abuse us, but then later it straighten us up, you know, to know that. But when it comes to mental health too, ADHD, that's something I'll study it, but I haven't worked with a lot of clients with that. And I will say one time in class, there was a book in history where like they were comparing the Chinese children and the American children, and they were talking about opening the refrigerator, okay? You see the Chinese child will go in the refrigerator, open the refrigerator and close it. But the American child will go, open the refrigerator and leave it open, doing nothing. So I see who should have something for ADHD. You know, and I was like, oh, okay. I have to diagnose this. So when I study, let me be frank, I mostly work with adults and young ladies. I do not work with children. I say I am allergic to them. I don't know. I don't work with children because I would think about my discipline and really think that, are you really suffering from some mental health? But I deal mostly with young women, and because I work with the homeless and women, young ladies, and domestic violence, and things, I work with them because my concentration when I graduated in health and human services, I did violence prevention and intervention. So I put all that into what I work with, and I work with family. But children, the two titles, they will be the best people to answer those questions when it comes to ADHD. I take myself.
Let me add this.
I just wanted to add something that, we started off the conversation talking about adults and mental health. In the same way, as an adult, you need to acknowledge that maybe, you something is wrong, and that you may be experiencing some challenges. As a parent or as a caregiver, you would also need to acknowledge that maybe your child or the child you're caring for also maybe you're seeing some differences. I like to call it differences. You're seeing some differences within that child. And so hopefully, as a parent or a caregiver, you're having some open and honest conversations with a few people. One, the child's pediatrician, right? When you're going for those annual visits, or it doesn't even have to be an annual visit. Maybe there's something that you're seeing kind of, consistently with the child. You want to make an appointment with the pediatrician to say, hey, these are the things that I'm seeing. You also want to speak maybe with the child's teacher. Maybe if it's something like ADHD, maybe you've already started to receive some phone calls from the guidance counselor or from the school in terms of maybe some behavioral issues or some attention issues, in school. And so I think, with the recommendation or the information that you're getting from the school, what you yourself and your family are experiencing at home, I think would be enough to be able to present to the pediatrician for further testing. That within itself is not a diagnosis, right? But just taking it to the pediatrician, allowing the professionals then to do further testing to be able to truly make a well-informed decision assessment of the child to determine, is the child on the spectrum? Is the child not on the spectrum? Is it, ADHD? Is it autism? Is it Asperger's? Whatever the case may be. But I think that sometimes for parents, it is very difficult to be able to acknowledge and to articulate that I see differences in my child, things that are different than within other children. And again, that stigma, right? We've been talking about that stigma that creeps up in our African community. Oh, that child, he's not straight. He did that. He did. So those are the things that are preventing us as parents, as caregivers, from being able to acknowledge that there are some differences within our children.
Yeah.
Thank you. Jerome, can I come in a little bit?
Yeah, come in, Victor, come on.
Yeah, I'm trying to play catch up here because, I met you having this good conversation. And I hope at some point in time, if you haven't done so, all these letters, I hope at some point in time, these 2 letters will explain them later on.
They won't bring it time.
But let me ask you, Doctor and Ms. Grant, as well, Ms. Cole. Recently it was reported in one of the local dailies that upwards of probably 600,000 people in Liberia are suffering from some kind of mental disorder, whether it's be long COVID, even Ebola. And then, of course, this crushing hardship that these people are going through, depression and all of that. But then it was also reported there might just be about 11 health professionals available in Liberia. Now, with your expertise and your association, first of all, are some of these problems diagnosable by telemedicine? And is there anything that can be done, even while you're here, that will afford you to offer some kind of help, at least to, give some of these people some advice, consultation, or whatever?
Great question. So telemedicine, of course, has been such a huge help to the field of therapy since COVID. And I believe that it can work just as well as in person based on the different needs of the client. And so there are some issues, there are some conditions where the person may need physical blood tests. So, and in that case, if they're in Liberia, we can point them to their doctor who may be able to run specific testing that will say, well, this person has bipolar or this person has schizophrenia, those organic disorders, right? So that needs to be treated with medications such as clinical depression, such as some intensified level of anxiety, as well as schizophrenia. That's one that we see a lot within our Liberian community. So Liberia is working, I believe, towards that. And I'm hoping and I'm speaking that into the future to utilizing telehealth with practitioners over here. This is something that is going to be very instrumental in changing and shifting the narrative of mental health in Liberia. We are at such a critical state in Liberia. The state of mental health in Liberia is fragile, and we can no longer do, like we say, business as usual. We need to now follow the steps of other developing countries that has utilized innovative ways of navigating through mental health. How can we bring therapy into the country? Maybe we don't have the resources to bring these people here for months and years to kind of help. What can we do? How can they work with the practitioners here? Let me share a story. One of the challenges that I have faced working in Liberia is pretty much the mindset that practitioners from over here in the States are going to take the jobs of the people in Liberia. And I don't know why that fear has been kind of, institutionalized, but it's a problem. So as a result, you go in there and you get lots of pushback from people who are afraid, they're threatened, because if you come in here, you outshine me, you will take my job. So you have a lot of people kind of navigating from that. They are going to do their own private work, which is good also because the community benefits. But we don't hear a lot about that as to these things that are being done. They're not publicized. People go and do their quiet work and they leave. Telehealth has been instrumental in the United States. It has changed the face of telemedicine. You don't need to call your doctor or go to the office every day. It doesn't have to be therapy, but it works just as well. And I think that is something that we need to give some thought. I think Liberia can absolutely benefit from it.
Great. Go ahead.
Questions. No, a couple of questions. Every time I have one question, then somebody asks a question, and I add another question in my head to it. I keep writing.
Go ahead.
No, I keep writing. But as Mr. Nagbe asked the question, and Peter was answering, I started thinking about, do you guys know of social worker association, library social worker association, or therapist association in the U.S.? Is there one
for Liberians?
Yeah.
Well, there has been many. Let's start there. There is one that Dr. Nafisa and I are both a part of, and it's in the forming stage. Let's put it that. It's in the forming stages, but there have been others that I have been a part of. Also, the Liberian Health Task Force, where they have various practitioners instead of also as well as mental health, and they have a mental health section there. So that during COVID, we were very instrumental in helping out.
Yeah, but I think, given the needs of Liberia, if you want to rank, the needs, I think mental health just stay number one, that you have your own association, your own thing where you guys can, and just have, mission trips or whatever, just do your own thing, just because of the rest would not be right. That's just my recommendation.
I agree.
Yeah.
So, can I come in with concerning the mental health issues in Liberia too? What Dr. Rabba was talking about, people, and I know they do have mental health practitioners in there, because they have institutions, hospital like the Grand Hospital and things. Those days when they have the home, well, they say, the crazy people go there, but they do have institutions. And the only thing my concern is, are those people that are working there, how are they licensed? Are they licensed to do the work? Because when it comes to mental health, you got to be very careful how you counseling somebody. You can make it worse for them, or make it where you have to be a professional. You have to know what you're doing. So I don't know about Liberia, but I know I have, if they're teaching it in school, the director for the social work department in, I think, is United Methodist, the Methodist University. I know her personally. So I don't know if they're teaching mental health there too, and even the guy that to the University of Liberia, Mr. Dr. Foley, he over the psychology or something department. I don't know if they're teaching mental health, and when they're leaving from there, if people instead of just only social work, but if they are doing can't just going straightly into mental health, and how are they licensed to teach, to train people, and then we'll come back to education, awareness, because you can have all the therapists, everybody there. If you're not educating the people, you're not giving them that awareness that something wrong. You need to see, somebody. It's for nothing happening right in America yet. Let's just talk about our Liberians in America yet. For them to come see doctor. I mean, some people say even physical issue, physical symptoms, something is wrong with them physically. They didn't even want to go to the hospital. They get insurance, everything. I ain't going to the hospital. I will take the aspirin. I will do this. I will do that. It's all about education and awareness. How do we talk about it continuously, talking about it in our community, in organization, in our churches, that this is it. The help is out there. If you feel your body or your mental health is not right, you can go and see somebody to talk about it.
No, I agree with you absolutely, Ms. Grant. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add to that that I think it's really important that first, I want to say, I don't know how many, Dr. Peter, for example, mentioned a few different resources just now within the last few minutes in terms of professionals and, institutions that are available in Liberia. But how many, to Sister Minerva's point, how many people out there, how many of our Liberian people actually are aware of these services? And so when they're going to the local hospitals, is this information being shared? Are there posters? Are there banners? To say, hey, call Dr. Dr. Grant, or, whoever it is, if you're not feeling good, so how is this information being disseminated, out there to the people so that they are aware that these services even exist?
Yeah, dissemination is an issue. Yeah. Absolutely. ES Grant. In fact, where it is located, it is in very end of Dopoh Road, I believe.
Dopoh Road, Painesville.
Dopoh Road, Painesville, in the back.
Yeah.
You know, and there is not really a huge sign to even. So yeah, that's a problem. That is a problem within itself. Yeah. And they only have a capacity of 90 patients that they can accept as it is. So it's limited on how many people they can really accept. And then I mentioned the Carter Center. And again, talking about the training, making sure that these people are taught properly to just basic what we call mental health first aid. And that was something that I was concerned about when I went home to Liberia. And, you know, I had many different conversations about it because it is an issue of concern. And we do not just provide counseling if we are not licensed. And in fact, the process of being licensed takes over 7 years. You just don't come in and boom, they drop you in and you are giving people therapy, you know? So I think we need to really think it out, but I do understand a lot of what is being done in not only Liberia, but third world country as well. They are utilizing this type of program where they are using community-based advocates, which they should be called community-based advocates and not clinicians. That is where I have the problem with. You're not allowed to be called a clinician until you have completed a 7-year, so to speak, program. So I think, again, going back to how do we get the information out there, we can use jingles on the radio. We can use social media. Everybody is on social media. Everybody got data on their phone, or they're going to get data on their phone. We can use billboards. Let's educate our people. Mental health is just as important as your physical health. In fact, there is no health without mental health. 95% of diseases starts in the mind.
True.
95%. When you get a headache and you start from, oh, my head hurting me. Oh, I feeling sick. Oh, now I want vomit. Oh, now my whole body hurting me. Oh, I feeling so sick. Guess what? You start to feel sick. It's that mind over matter that we take for granted. And I guarantee you, if you carry on that for a very long time and allow your mind to play that out, you will fall sick.
Yeah.
So therefore, if you start to think that you have some form of physical illness that is manifesting, you know, somatic illnesses, which we know many times people have somatic illnesses that manifest itself as mental illness, when in fact it's not. So it takes a seasoned, licensed person who can actively differentiate the two and tell you, oh, what's going on is not really mood disorder. It's not depression. This time of the year in America, there is something we call seasonal affective disorder. It's a form of depression that happens when the days are shorter and it gets colder. So you may have somebody who doesn't even understand that they're depressed because it gets dark quicker, and then their brain is lacking serotonin, which is naturally released from the sun. So they're getting less sunlight, which is that chemical that makes you feel happy, that your brain gets from the sun. It's a neurotransmitter. And so now you start to feel depressed. Well, let's talk about men. Let's talk about men and stress. When they start to get intense level of stress, we see physical illnesses manifesting, heart problems, high blood pressure, lack of interest in sex, or probably their ability to function is non-existent. Then we hear the wife saying, oh, that man impotent. He can't please me, right? But it's the fact that this man is probably under high levels of stress. He's worried about, how do I feed my family? I don't have a job. He has to get dressed and pretend that he's working when there's no job out there. These are real issues that our people are facing. So if I'm facing that, I don't have time to come and sit and say, oh, I'm depressed. First of all, I don't even know if I'm depressed. So we say we have to meet people where they are. What is the immediate need? I need food to feed my family. So feed me first, and then I will tell you about what's happening with me mentally.
And I just want to say something. When you talk about the circles in Liberia, and I see now mainly they're talking about drugs, drug addiction. We should remember that they have a co-current thing in mental health. Some people can be suffering from depression and at the same time suffering from alcohol addiction.
That is true.
So you got to be able to, how can you work with that person? Give them coping skills, Well, with me now, after they've been diagnosed by the licensors, and the intensive treatment center that I do work with as my sidekick, those are mainly my clients are those people that suffering from co-occurrence and issues. Some of them suffering from drug addiction and mental health, something in mental health. Alcohol addiction, something in mental health. So you got to be working with both of them. And that's why I think that's what happening in Liberia too. Yeah, we talking about, everybody on drug addiction. And sometimes you see some good people, everybody doing drugs. And you see some educated people, you say, wow, they're doing drugs and they could be suffering from depression. And they're thinking that the drugs, they want can help them with the depression, So
yeah.
So I just want to add just really quickly,
please.
In terms of there being educated folks who are, struggling with substance abuse issues or so, there is a such thing as folks being high functioning, but still struggling with mental health issues.
Yeah.
So, you are maybe struggling with depression, you're struggling with bipolar, you're struggling with schizophrenia, but you're still able to function and attend work on a daily basis. You're still able to get up in the morning, attend to your children, attend to your family. So that's also a very real thing that folks are walking around on a daily basis, with these mental illnesses, right? And maybe diagnosed or undiagnosed, but they're high functioning.
Yeah. So my one question, and then I just made a comment. It was a comment you passed here about your association. I didn't even get to the question, but the conversation too juicy. Thank you, ladies, for sharing. But I have one question though. My question was actually on childhood trauma and family dynamics, and we take these things for granted. But starting with you, Dr. Masukwe, how does childhood trauma in family dynamics impact how we show up to work, how we show up in our relationships, and if there's any, I would say malfunction or dysfunction there, how do we cope with that? And then anybody else can chime in on that, but I'll start with you first.
Sure, that's a really good question. So a lot of those traumas often will manifest in us as adults because we have not addressed those childhood traumas.
Yeah.
We have not healed those childhood traumas. And so back to the original conversation in terms of seeking mental health services, seeking therapy. So when we have not done that work, that internal work, that will show up in our relationships, our intimate relationships, in terms of our significant others, even how we parent our children, how we show up at work, so on and so forth. And so I think a lot of folks can probably sit back and kind of those who have family issues, consistent issues with their spouse, relationship after relationship. If you think about what your childhood was like, what you observed, what you were exposed to in your childhood, the way in which you were dealt with, the way in which you were raised as a child, that will definitely play a significant role in how you carry out your relationships, right? And so I always encourage people to be able to identify that. And I think sometimes that's the difficult part, but to be able to identify that, but to be able to do that work so that it does not affect those very significant relationships in your life. But childhood trauma is a very, 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 very real thing. I think the mere fact that folks have experienced the war, right, in Liberia, number one. I think the mere fact that folks were displaced from their original families or their nuclear families also creates trauma. I think the mere fact that families were displaced and maybe one set of family members went and settled as refugees in Ivory Coast and the other went to, Guinea, and, being displaced is trauma within itself. And then also you think about just coming to the United States, coming to a new land, a foreign land, one that you've never experienced before. There's so many different people, there's so much to get accustomed to. There's so much to learn, and it's happening at a very fast pace. It's not waiting for you. That within itself can be very traumatizing. Right. As Dr. Quita before was also saying, the absence of having a job. Right. All those different things, because there's also this demand to be able to provide for your family, right, to provide for your children, if you're the breadwinner, so on and so forth. And so the absence of a job also can create some level of trauma, as well. So I think those are a lot of things that create traumas that can and have manifested within a lot of our relationships as adults.
Great. Let me welcome Robert Garguah. Robert, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Jerome, and thanks to Telvi. How are you, Ms. Sanvee, and all of our awesome guests? Some really intelligent women here today. I'm enjoying the conversation, and I think I'm about to spoil things a little bit, but I think it's for all of the right reasons. But it's great to be on.
I have learned a lot from you women. I can tell you crazy.
I think we're all crazy because I think we're all crazy because of what we've all experienced when it comes to the civil crisis in our country. But I think you talked about. I heard you talk about the lack of job. The kind of things that we experienced. During the war. Numerous transitions from Liberia to the Ivory Coast as refugees and then relocating, resettling back in the U.S. And everything that you talk about. I guess my question to you is, when you look at Liberia specifically, right? Because I want to specifically look at Liberia because for those of us in the U.S., we're fortunate, right? We have the needed help if we want to take advantage of it, right? The other lady was talking about how there are help available, people have access to health care, but people just don't like to go to the hospital and get checked up and things like that. But specifically for Liberia, where we do not have access to all of these things, the quality of healthcare, and even if there are organizations or hospitals, they're very limited, right? When you look at a situation where since the war ended, there have not been an investment in this whole rehabilitation and the reintegration of child soldiers. When you look at the Zogarization of our country, and also when you look at our leaders, is it fair to say that and I'm not a doctor, you guys are all, but when you look at the way we do things, the way we have done things, and how we've led, do you think it's fair to say that there's some sort of mental health going on, even for people who it may not seem obvious? I'm not talking about like the Zogo boys, the crazy people on the street, but do you think that there are people who are actually going through some mental issues, but because they're wearing nice suit and tie, because they have nice jobs in Liberia, they don't consider themselves to have mental issues?
Let's start with Dr. Roberts.
Thank you for the question. Absolutely. Great question. And we have been discussing, thank you for joining, because we have discussed and touched on some of this. When you have a culture where there has been intense level of trauma, gruesome war, and just various situations that has caused damage to people mentally, so to speak, physically, you cannot help but to wonder that our leaders are people too. So if we look at the community, day-to-day people, and we say, yeah, this person look like they have some mental issues, then chances are our leaders also may be struggling. And there is something that we call secondhand trauma. So sometimes we see people were impacted from trauma, and what we see is that they themselves, have been, so secondhand trauma goes through from one person to the other person. Our leaders in Liberia, I believe there was a research done on leadership and trauma in Liberia, and speaking about, for example, people work satisfaction, job performance tied into just the day-to-day trauma in the workplace. People get cursed at, people get streamed at, people are not valued, they are not satisfied. This is within the leadership within itself. These are the attributes that you will ask people, are you happy where you are? No, I'm not. Why? Sometimes my boss will force me to, perform sexual acts and all of these type of things that are traumatic. We see this in the churches, we see this in the schools, and I'm just talking on the broad spectrum without giving you a yes or no answer. But I think you kind of get the gist of absolutely true, just as we would see it, not just Liberia, but anywhere else. But specifically in Liberia, I will say, yes, we do have leadership in Liberia. And because of what you rightfully stated, there have been a slow moving in the direction of reconciliation and healing in Liberia. We do not have a lot of outlets. We do not have a means of people utilizing the help like we will do here. We know that there's a lot of talk about reconciliation in Liberia. However, to really put it in action, that is another thing. So we are slowly getting there. There have been many nonprofit organizations that are moving in that direction, and which is great because we know that change is not only implemented through government. Sometimes the most meaningful form of change comes from the grassroots organizations and common people. So that is not to say the government does not have a responsibility to make sure that the people are taken care of. They absolutely do. So how do we heal as a nation? We must recognize there is a need, that we are in a fragile mental health state. I would say a state of crisis. Looking at the youth of Liberia, we are in a state of crisis. We cannot look at it as a thing of a future thing now. We need to act, and we need to act right now.
And I also just wanted to add to that what Dr. Quita said, she was said it so well. I wanted to add, you came in a little bit late, but we talked also about there folks being high functioning in terms of having mental health issues, right? And so you mentioned before about the leaders, and so I think that's a very possible case or possible scenario where we have leaders, who obviously have experienced the war, experienced all these different atrocities, been exposed to so much, but they found a way to still function even in the midst of a mental health issue, right? But I also wanted to just add that I think that Liberia has also kind of normalized operating in a place of crisis, living in a place of crisis. And I think that we've constantly done that. And it seems like we've done it so well that we have not paused, the leadership, the government, the citizens, we have not paused to kind of acknowledge that, to recognize that, and to Dr. Quita's point, to say there is a problem. We experienced X number of years of civil war. We've experienced displacement. We've experienced, women being sexually abused, so on and so forth. Our people need help. I don't think that acknowledgement has happened. And so if such acknowledgement is not happening, it is not likely that this crisis will come with urgency, or this matter will come with urgency, because we just continue to operate from a place of crisis, and it's normal. We see, when you can walk and see, someone who is experiencing substance abuse issues, intoxicated on the side of the road, and just pass by the person without trying to intervene or seek an appropriate intervention, you're operating in a normalized place of crisis. And you're almost numb to all those things. And that's not a normal scenario. To see someone naked on the street and pass by them and still buy your plum, by the woman who's selling donuts or whatever it is, that's not a normal scenario. That is not. But we pass, we see, oh, okay, let me pass, yeah. And we just go, as opposed to, oh my goodness, wow, let me cover this person up. Let me cover her. Can you call so-and-so? Let's get this person to help. Can you hear me? Are you alive? We haven't even done an assessment to see if the person's even responsive, if the person is even alive. We just pass by. It's normal.
Wow. Yep, and recorded too. And recording the person.
Yes. and again, and Dr. Masako said, we normalize it in Liberia, and then it come to a place where the people snap, because trauma, you keep, putting it down a day, it just like too much. Then people snap. You see people killing people doing things, and we wonder why it happened like that. Because our trauma, we just like bury it, and it will come out one day. I will always come by, because with me, I say, all right, let me clean my house first before I think about going to clean another person's home. So we talk about the Liberian community, especially in America, in the diaspora. In the 1990s, after the war, when a lot of people were coming, we were traumatized. Some people came from the village, went Ivory Coast and came straight here. Never knew some of these things than they say. And unfortunately, when they were bringing them as refugees, they never even thought about, do these people need, mental health, need to see somebody. They just thought they were all right. And I mean, in Minnesota, we saw a lot of people were not all right. Things happen. Right now, I have a nephew that in jail, because, and you look at it like mental health issues, but he's not. And so when we again, I go back to awareness, education. Even in Liberia, we have to start that awareness. The Roberts and over there, she going back and helping. We got to start that awareness and education for people to know. In America, in Minnesota, I think you guys on the social media, you see what's going on. And sometimes someone say, oh, y'all are mental health people, why y'all can't help this person? But some of us stay back, because at the beginning we said that you have to be careful, how you go and help somebody. Because if I go to help that person and thinking that we're doing it, no social media around, nobody go, but then it come on the social media because maybe she or he have talked to somebody, maybe the same thing they said to me, then you go out there like, I went and talk. They won't even know that I was not the one, you never met me doing contacts with you, or how they call it. But these people were doing it and went out there. And with, I don't know about other states, but Minnesota, and the video is there. You cannot right now, nobody, I can't go tell somebody, say Mary get mental health issue, and I care what she can be doing, the police come and take her in. No. It have to be doing something that's very dangerous to herself or to the people around. But if she yelling and moving around, they're not going to take her in. She have to either decide that she want to go for 72 hours commitment, or when she go to, if that's something, they take her to jail, and she go to meet the judge will have to decide if she have to go in for commitment. It's just 72 hours. So there are a lot of stuff, in the mental health environment we need to work on. And I will always say awareness, education.
Can I follow up real quick with Dr. Masako?
Yeah, one minute. Let me work out. Let me acknowledge Emmanuel Dixon. He said he's tuning in from Uganda. Thank you for tuning in. And you talk about reconciliation. My sister Glenna, you and I will reconcile when that cornbread you promised me. The day you cook it, and I come to Washington D.C. and get. Other than that, we are not going to reconcile. Yeah, but go ahead, Robert.
I think Dr. Masako touched on normalizing things that are not normal, and it goes to some extent. It has become a culture in Liberia, right? Where I often hear people say, well, there's right and wrong, and then there's Liberia, right? Where things are done the Liberian way in Liberia, and sometimes we laughed about it. But what is the risk, right, of normalizing all of these mental challenges? Maybe 10 years from now, as we progress as a country, what is the risk if we fail to, as a nation? Because again, I love the humanitarianism approach, right? But if you have so many people to impact, right? I think you need something from a national perspective. So what is the risk we face if we, from a national perspective, fail to address mental health issues in Liberia, and we think it's normal?
I think there's a lot of risk there. I think if we just think about safety and well-being, I mean, I think that within itself is risk, right? And I think Dr. Quita can champion me on this, in that untreated mental health issues can lead to much more serious issues. We haven't touched upon suicide. We haven't touched upon homicide, right? And so those are some of the risk factors when mental health issues are unaddressed, right? I think in addition, I think we'll then have an unhealed nation as well. A nation that just continues to operate as we have been, a nation that has maybe even poor coping skills in terms of being able to address some of these issues in terms of depression, schizophrenia, whatever the case may be, being able to identify other forms of trauma, right? So sexual abuse, rape, all these other things that we know have happened in our country. And so I think largely, I think we will have an unhealed nation. And I think that anything that we do not fix, right, becomes generational. Right? That gets passed down. And so, now Sis Minerva, for example, if I can just use it as a quick example, you referenced your mom, previously. Now Sis Minerva, because of her own awareness and education, she now knows the symptoms. And so when other family members come and present some of those symptoms as it relates to depression, she's able to quickly, hopefully intervene, right, as a professional and also as a human, and say, you know what, no, something is not right here. I know mama, experienced this. I saw these symptoms before. No, let's go and get help. Just the mere fact that she has awareness, she has education, and moreover, she's a professional in the field as well. So I think we will have an unhealed nation if we continue down this path. Which I think is detrimental.
Yeah,
use that word.
Dr. Quita, we are talking about public policy and mental health. By us doing it in silos, right? Everybody doing their own little piece here and there. It is not coordinated. It's not a public policy. Just like education, you need to have a coordinated curriculum. That when you're talking about we talk about school safety, right? Fire drill. It has to be curriculum. It has to be normalized across the entire nation. One way of doing it, not doing it your way. But here, what he's referencing here, I just want to piggyback on that. How dangerous is this if we do not have a national public policy on mental health?
Rightfully stated. Thank you for the clarification. I believe a nation who shows its people by implementing laws, regulations, that they are concerned about their mental health, their overall health, by enacting those laws that support such a thing, is a nation who is moving in alignment with exactly what they're saying. We love and we care for our people. If we are saying that we're going to enact laws, regulations that specifically address the needs, the mental needs of people, that is to say, and again, for such a country as Liberia, how do we provide free healthcare, free mental health care? Are we able to do that? But that is something we can first start off. Let's start off by saying the government will provide free assessment. We do it here. We have Department of Social Services. You can find places where you don't have to pay. These are the issues that a lot of people in Liberia are facing. If you send me to ES grant, I have to pay to have my child sleep for the night or for X amount of days. I have to buy a bag of rice. I worked in a psych hospital. And a lot of those kids that were there for 45 days to maybe a year or more, we did various evaluations. The state paid for them. There were laws put in place for, again, parents who could not afford to have their children in a state facility to get treatment. So they came in there, they got the help that they needed, but there were laws there to support it. So such a thing can absolutely benefit the Liberian population as a whole if we put something on paper, but not only put something on paper, because the problem we have in Africa, we enact these laws, Liberia, we enact these laws, but we don't follow through. So I guarantee you there will probably be some written law, not probably from the previous presidents, but probably in the past, that probably speak to something little that has to do with mental health, right? Yeah, it's something we need to build on. We need to build on it. We need to add more to it. We need to make sure that it encompasses all of what our people needs are. I think it. When we say we are going to provide mental health services, what are we actually saying? Are we saying that they can go show up to a government-owned hospital and get free mental health assessments? Are we saying that they can get free medications to treat schizophrenia? Are we saying that they can get free detox treatment for 6 weeks? These are the laws that are needed to protect our people. And so when we talk about these laws that are put in place, policies that are put in place, they must be in alignment with the treatment.
Nagbe, any question? If not, then I go to Tavi.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Jerome. Again, thank you to our professionals. Robert, welcome. Let me ask you all this. I think it was Ms. Grant who was talking about, the family, the support system for, patients. Sarah is mentioning in the chat section to the question of awareness, sensitization of our people. The education to understand, what it is that someone who's afflicted with mental disorder is going through. Because I think it was Dr. Ramos who talked about the stigma. People usually, because of the stigma and the trauma as well, resulting from this, people struggle. First, acknowledging, the denial, and then there's resignation. Usually, they kick these people out there in the streets when some of them could be helped by a good family support system, because the patient themselves, they're going through stuff. Some of them, they don't accept the fact that something is wrong with them. Some, they become non-medication compliant, and so the family support system, there really matters a lot. And so I'm just wondering, I know we talked about the limited facilities available, ES Grant. I worked with Dr. Grant. I knew him very well before he passed. I also worked with Dr. Harris. So I have a little understanding of how much, of a need there is of mental health professionals. But I think the social workers could also help a lot, to help sensitize our people, help them access, services and stuff like that. And so I'm just wondering if we are aware of anything being done in that direction in terms of helping, the families of these people who are being afflicted understand what they're going through and how they could help, to give help to these people.
Start with Dr. Masakwe.
Can you clarify the question, Mr. Nagbe, please?
I am just wondering if we are aware of any help being given to the families of those who are afflicted to help them understand, what is going on so that they become more helpful than I think what is happening now. I think right now there is a lot of lack of understanding and appreciation of what is happening, and people are shunning some of these patients, because of the stigma and the trauma resulting from this. And I just wonder if they're getting the help needed to give them the skills, on how to address, the various levels of mental disorder. Because I think we all know there's several different kinds of mental disorder.
Sure, great question. Thank you for the clarity. I'll speak to America. I can't really speak to maybe what's happening in Liberia in regards to this specific question. But one of the great things about America is that I want to say that there's probably a support group for just about any illness that there is out there. If you have a child who is autistic, there's an autism support group. If you are a parent who, unfortunately, your child was killed through gun violence, there's a group for that. If you are someone who you have a parent, a significant other, a family member that is struggling with schizophrenia, bipolar, whatever, you name it, there's a support group out there. And a lot of times there's also trainings, right? If I think about maybe even for parents who have autistic children or who their child maybe was recently diagnosed as being autistic, there are trainings available for the parents, for the caregivers, so that you truly get to understand how to respond and how to react to your child on a daily basis, right? And so that you're dealing with your child with more compassion than just, acting maybe out of anger or so, because of how the child is behaving. So I think that's one of the great things about America, is that there are supportive services out there. You don't have to do this alone. You don't have to suffer alone as a family member, because just as well as the individual is challenged with this mental health issue, it definitely does impact the family. I don't know that we've put a lot of emphasis on that today in our conversation, but there's a lot that the family member has to go, or the family member or family members have to go through in caring for that person, especially when it hasn't even been diagnosed. So the behaviors are happening in the home, there's lashing out or whatever the case may be, there's a lot that is happening, right? And so when you don't know, when there hasn't been something, when there hasn't been a name or a label attached to it, you don't know how to respond. And so when there is a diagnosis, hopefully then you're able to get the necessary supportive services, not just for your family member, but for you as well. And so I think that's the beauty. And so I'm hoping that in due time, Liberia will also get there, where there'll be these additional supportive services, not just for the individual, but for the family members as well. Because I think with that comes more training, comes more awareness, comes more acceptance. And I think a lot of patience and tolerance as well, because I think there's a level of patience and tolerance that has to exist as well in terms of being able to care for this family member who maybe has a mental health issue.
Great. Let me go to Ms. Grant. Ms. Grant, I have a cousin who lost her daughter to fire. The kid was suffering from epilepsy, seizure, and she kept taking the child to prayer service and into the interior, to medicine men. And finally, when they called me, I told her, contacted Dr. Zumo, another medical doctor, I think it's a neurologist in the DC area, and he and some neurologists had a clinic in Liberia now dealing with epilepsy, but it was kind of too late for her. But then we'll have another one who called and said, I noticed this, and we sent that child to that place, and the child was diagnosed with seizure after they did all this stuff. So I'm talking back to culture now. These people do not want to accept that this is a medical issue. They rather take this child to the interior, to either the prayer person or the medicine person. And finally, they were convinced after 2 years of doing everything, took the child right by the Chinese embassy that they have this little when the child is doing well now. So how does culture impact some of the things we are talking about? You are muted. Ms. Grant, you are muted.
Yeah, a lot, especially in America, because like in Liberia, it really impacting it. And again, we go back to education, awareness in Liberia. But in America, I think I put the book there. It really impact the family and the profession, because we African, we some of us think we know how to diagnose and fix any kind of illness, physical or just mental health, especially mental health. They'll end up doing things, and then when you end up going to the hospital, the doctors then look and say, "Oh, you are abusing the child." But as something you thought you did in Liberia or in your culture, it was right. So again, we have to educate our people concerning their physical illnesses and the mental health. When it comes to mental health, we have to do that both in America and in Liberia. Culture really, and most professionals here, besides the African professionals that know, but the other professionals really don't know. Like I said at the beginning, there are not a lot of research on the African and the African Americans concerning mental health. Not a lot of research there. I don't know, maybe people, when I was doing my research, no way to get all these things. I had to go and research Canada, Australia, and Europe. There where I was getting really good and information. And I thought it was good because when I presented it, I got A. So I bet it was good, you know, that so we need to keep writing. And like the doctor said, I know you guys have to keep writing books and writing on these things. So as you learn more, write and put it out there. So the other people that are learning that part of this, you know, want to do mental health, put it out there in Google or wherever so people can research and know, you know, and learn more about the African, the culture, and how it impact diagnosing mental health illnesses in America. And I just want to go back to what Mr. Nagbe was talking about the family. All right, some of us were old enough in Liberia when the war came, and I know one thing. The crazy, I don't want to call that war, people that were suffering from mental illnesses, most of them were in the Catherine Mills Rehabilitation Center. I don't know if some of you can remember that. It was here at Torgbean. We had that grand rehabilitation mental health center. They had a place they called Catherine Mills. And a lot of people were you know, there were people where if you see somebody on the street,
sharing a chat, somebody's sharing our chat.
And when you see somebody in the street, I remember seeing one person that, with my profession, I can't call the name, but they used to say crazy. And they used to call her Susanna or Susan. She was the only person really in the street. But most of the time, family were taking care of the people at home. When we were growing up in Liberia, for you to see people that, even from drug addiction or alcoholic, they were home. The family were taking care of them. But after the war, unfortunately, it is there out there. They put the stigma, the family don't want it to, and so they leave the family out there. And that what Dr. Masakwe said, we have to be able to support these family to be able to help their family that are going through, you know, those things then. So yeah, but in Liberia now it just rampant. You see these people out there. When I came to America, like I stopped Staten Island. I was on Staten Island. There where I stopped for like 3 years before I moved to Minnesota. My first time in the train, the ferry, I saw people sleeping. I was like, where I was late. I'm like, okay, what going on with these people? And my sister was like, you know, the people who call crazy or homeless, you know, in the street. Those are the people, yeah. I'm like, wow. But it was not like that in Liberia. I was like surprised to see that, you know. So it's just about awareness and education. And we hope that more mental health practitioners and professionals will do more research on the African culture and put it out there for other people that are learning and that want to work with this community or the population so they can know more about what's going on.
And I just wanted to add to Sis Minerva's point that, you know, culturally, yes, I know that, you know, we keep we're taught or we're accustomed to caring for our older folks, our elderly, and, you know, the sick and children and all that, you know, in the home. Yeah. But I think that we also have to once we get to the level of true awareness and education, we have to also be at a place where we can accept that sometimes we as a family members do not have the capability, the skills, the tools, and even the resources to be able to appropriately care for a family member that is sick or that is challenged, you know, with mental health issues. There even gets to a point, or it can even get to a point where it is no longer safe for the person and for the family members in the home to be able to maintain the person in the home. And there is even stigma attached that when you seek services outside for your family member, you put in your family member outside, you don't want to take care of your family member, you know, you're doing this, you're doing that. But no, it's because you know where the person's mental health issue has reached. Yeah. You as the family do not have the capability to be able to appropriately care for that person. You can still support your family member outside of the home. Yeah, it is okay. There are institutions, and you know the beauty of this is that this is America, where you as a family member can go and let's say, for example, the doctor recommends or suggests a particular facility. you as a family can go and visit the facility.
Yeah.
Talk to the doctors, talk to the social worker, do a tour. Everything is so open and transparent, right? It's not like they're gonna put your family member there and you won't be able to see the person anymore. You can go and ask questions. What is this service gonna look like? What's the time frame? Ask about the medication if they're recommending a medication. What is this medication? What are the side effects? There's nothing wrong with asking questions. Can I be a part of the treatment team meeting? Can I be there, when you guys are making decisions for my family members regarding my family members' care? Can I be present, to be able to give my input, or so that I also am aware of the medications, the side effects, what this treatment actually looks like? There's no harm in your family member if it is deemed that the person is no longer if they're no longer you're no longer able to manage the person in the home. There's no harm in putting them in an appropriate facility, and that doesn't have to be indefinite. It can be until the person becomes stabilized, until they get to a point where it is safe for them to return to the home. So I think that's the other part that I wanted to just touch upon in terms of culture and the stigma that is attached, that we must endure everything. We must keep everything in-house, and then we don't seek the necessary services. And that's sometimes to our own detriment.
Excellent. Telly?
Yeah, before we continue, I know time check. I think we're a little over 2.5 hours on this, but we want to make this engaging, not just on the platform. So Myean, if you can put the numbers up so the viewers can call in with a question or comment as we continue the conversation, that would be helpful.
Great.
I just want to put that in, and then I got my question.
Yeah, so, Myean, please put the 1 minute. Myean, can you please put the numbers? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
I want to go back before your question. I want to go back on your previous question about childhood trauma. Okay. I think this is a whole show by itself.
I know.
Trauma is not something that we can just touch and go. I think I kind of told you about that before.
Right.
A lot of time we have childhood trauma because we are adults of emotionally immature parents. We are recipients of toxic parenting. So now as adults, we find ourselves in situations where we're trying to navigate these things that we didn't understand what was going on with us, that are now interfering with our everyday lives. And it shows up in our relationships. It shows up in our inability to keep jobs, to stay married to people, to just maintain healthy friendships, healthy relationships. That trauma, for example, somebody who their parents yelled at them, called them names, beat them up, and they grew up being told you're stupid, you will not amount to anything. Now you're this adult that is struggling through life to go to school, educate yourself. Maybe you may find yourself in a relationship where it starts to repeat itself. You have a spouse who's telling you the same exact thing. You're stupid. You will not amount to anything. And it kind of shuts you down. You lose your voice. You are not even able to navigate. You're not even able to advocate for yourself. You cannot speak. Why? Because we now remember. And the thing about trauma is our brain remembers. There is a book called The Body That Keeps the Score.
I read that.
It's a very great book on trauma, and it tells you where your body's close to trauma. Sometimes we may just feel pain in our neck all the time. We don't know why we tense. Our shoulders always tense. When somebody is stressed, their back start hurting you, and you just think that, oh, my back just always hurt, because no, it's because your brain remembers what happens when you were a little child, and that particular trauma and that experience sends off a signal that your brain remembers how you felt, and you re-experience all of that. So I think when we talk about childhood trauma, that is an area that needs a whole lot of study within our Liberian community. Many of us that went through the war, we see the relationships, we see our interactions with one another. We are carrying baggages, wounds, packed with us. We are not even able to maintain basic relationships. It's because when somebody says something to you, oh, you say I'm stupid, you calling me stupid because the brain, remember my father used to call me stupid, and that was this man calling me stupid. Oh, you just like my father, and I would not have that. Right? We feel attacked. So sometimes we need to kind of step back and do a inventory, what we call inventory on ourselves. Is this thing really something that this person is doing to me to harm me? Is it really meant to destroy me? Or maybe that's my own stuff I'm breaking into this relationship. Maybe that person is not intentionally trying to harm me. Maybe it's coming from me. Let's check within ourselves first, because we carry with us many baggages.
Wow.
Myean put a number up. The team too juicy.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, listen. I always get upset. Thank you for that, doctor, because every time Victor Nagbe tells me I'm broke, I get upset because somebody always told me I was broke. So, Robert Garguah, every time you tell me I'm broke, I get upset, man. You give me flashback. You know what I mean? I got a hole in my pocket. But ladies and gentlemen, among everything we are doing, please do not lose your sense of humor.
Right.
Yeah.
It is for who we
The
are.
balancing act.
We are not unique in any way. We all have something in common. You know what I mean? But we rely on each other. It's an ecosystem. Our lifestyle is an ecosystem. You may not be suffering from this, but in some degree, you are suffering from something else. But let me recognize some of these people here. They've been very, very. I mean, I'm talking about being very active. With Helen is. I see some very new names here. Helen Washington. Is that Chazi Gabriel? Noel?
Well, Myean with a number here.
Hi, Noel.
Yes.
That's my sister.
Myean, what little brother Myean with his
he's coming. Nyankwe Molba is watching. Noel Weir is watching. Obviously, David Washington, he's been very active. John Brixon, Dr. Nafisa Massacre Delaware is listening. You got a lot of people from your area listening. Lynette J. Reen Williams, is that a she?
Yes.
Okay, she's watching. Mr. Cassell is watching. And Comey 2029 is watching. Whoever you are, you ain't coming to promote no president here. And we got Eleanor Davis watching. Emmanuel Bro, 1822. That's good watching. B10 somebody's watching. From a lot of people from Brewerville, from Atlanta, from Dixville, Carwell. Joan Tolo from Brewerville. So Abu Kamara, okay, from the Port Authority. Thank you for watching, guys. We got a lot of folks watching. Most of the questions, most of the comments they have already addressed. Right. We love what we are doing. Ladies, can you guys promise? Is it possible for you all to come back at some other time?
2 part, 3 part, 100.
Listen, this is too good now. Dr. Massacre, no, let me go to Quito here. I was born in the interior. All the things you're talking about here, look at that for the Republic of Monrovia, because I'm hearing about data, internet, all of that. My people from Boconjile, my people from Grand Gile, from District Number 3 in Grand Bassa County, they usually listen to us by way of radio. So in America here, we talk of something called PS, the public service announcement. What are you guys doing to reach the people outside of the Monrovia area?
Great question. Many times we go to Liberia to do work. It is limited to Monrovia, and I think the rural areas are overlooked. And so there is a need. There is a need for resources to be poured into the rural areas. So one way that we can reach individuals from number 3, my father was from number 3 compound.
Okay, so we got one person Kamara. I'm born right there.
Weird, all right. The weird town, downtown. So we might be cousins, who knows? So, of course, going down, making sure that we're able to reach people through the waves, radio waves. And that's a program that, again, maybe the government of Liberia can implement, right? That's something to make sure that there is a radio program that goes through those areas, maybe through the ELBC, I believe. That is the government radio station. Okay. That's a way that a program can be established daily to make sure that mental health information is sent out in various tribes. We can utilize language base. In America, we have Spanish speaking people that will go into homes where they speak Spanish. We ask for an interpreter. Why? Because there is a language barrier. We have families where we go to speak Russian. We have to make sure that there is somebody to interpret. So we can do that too in Liberia. We can go to our local stations. We can find people that we can pay for little or nothing to send out these messages. One recording is all you need. Get somebody, get people for all tribes. Do that recording and replay it multiple times. We will get the message out. This is important. We have a fragile mental health country. Liberia, mental health is in a fragile state, like I stated before. It is not something that we can gamble with. We cannot gamble with it. If you think we are playing, go walk on the streets of Monrovia. There are people angry for no apparent reasons. You speak to somebody the wrong way, they're ready to slice you. Why? Because they don't even understand where that build-up of anger is coming from and has been for years, some generations. They don't understand why a man can see a 3 or 2-year-old child and rape her and be completely desensitized to it. He can get a knife and stab his wife and leave and go to work or go on the farm and have no emotions connected to it. We have a culture where we do not encourage vulnerability. So we know that if these things happen, we have to pull up a front. How can we even come to seek help? How can our men come to seek help? Because the first thing they tell you is you're weak. Strong men don't come talk about, they got a problem and they're crying. What you mean you're crying? What wrong with you, my man? Wipe your face, man. We ain't got time for that kind of thing yet. So if they're even struggling mentally, do they even know that is mental issues? But they do know there is something wrong. But who do I talk to? So I think using these avenues of talking about various illnesses. What is depression? Sometimes you may be depressed for, like I said earlier, different situations. It's not clinical depression that warrants medication. Maybe you lost your job. Maybe you and your wife separated. Your girlfriend left you and you're depressed. Over time, it will go away. My people, this is not something that will kill you. So talk about it. Seek help. Talk to somebody. There is help out there, because if you don't, over a period of time, what's going to happen is going to manifest into clinical depression. And that is when you start to have suicidal thoughts. You stop eating. You don't want to be around people. You isolate yourself. You don't want to go to church. You don't take a shower. And then people see you and they say, this person crazy. Oh, what's wrong with that person? But they don't even understand how they got there. It didn't just start one day. They woke up and they started to do these things. It's a buildup of things. And then you may have anxiety where the person always, oh, my man, everything all right? Oh, what happened? Oh, yeah, you coming to my house? They are so touchy, on the point. Every little thing, they get study. And we say, what wrong with that man? My man, calm down. It could be the nerve, anxiety, right? They can't process. They cannot focus. All of these things we see in young people. And I want to talk to our young people because I do a lot of work with the youth in Liberia. We find that they are navigating these mental health challenges without help. The parents don't know. And even if they tell the parents, they don't have the resources to help them. So these are ways that the schools can utilize mental health clubs. Let's start there. Let's encourage our environment, our community. Let's build a community in Liberia where it is okay for us to talk about mental health without the stigma, whether it is in the rural part of Liberia or it's in Monrovia, it's in the Keke. They can hear it. They can talk about it. Oh, you heard about this thing? I heard about depression, or I heard about rape. It's not good. Let's normalize these type of topics. It should not be a taboo. And if somebody comes to you and tell you this happened to me, believe them. Don't dismiss them. Don't tell them you're a liar. Especially when it comes to incest within our families. We see this a lot in Liberia, and it's a taboo. The first thing we will say is we want to bring embarrassment. You want to bring shame to the family yet? You don't talk that kind of thing. You got to keep your mouth shut. Don't tell nobody that thing. So now you have made that victim. You have given them a burden to carry this heavy abuse, trauma, protecting their perpetrator, and it's wrong. It is absolutely wrong. These are the conversations we must have on a continual basis in Liberia. It needs to be just as common as we talk about proper rest to eat, data, malaria, number 1, number 2, number 3. We need to talk about issues of mental health just as much.
Let me add this quickly, right? Jerome, may I?
Yeah, go ahead. And Robert,
Yeah.
then
Thank you. This morning, coincidentally, I was driving, listening to NPR, and there was a program on, and they were talking about the degree of prevalence in the two genders, the male female.
Mm-hmm.
And I was really shocked. They were saying that, especially the coming of age of the social media, and how much impact this is having relative to mental illness. But they were saying that the research shows that girls seem to be impacted more prevalently than boys. For girls, social media, they're always, cyberbullying and all that stuff. Whereas the boys, they go into video games and pornography, the kind of thing. But in the long run, the girls seem to suffer a much greater impact. I don't know if you guys, if you can speak to that, and why is that so?
Let's start with Dr. Masakwe. You took a crack at it.
Sure. This is a conversation that I actually have quite often. And, I have 2 daughters, actually. They're 12 and 13. And so we're always talking about the use of social media and imaging and kind of what social norms and what social media kind of says is normal and what's not, and kind of where you should be and what kind of physique you should have and how your hair should be and all that. And so all those influences from social media add another layer in terms of the everyday issues that our young girls are faced with. And I always share with my daughters, and when I was growing up, social media was not the way it was. I mean, there really wasn't any, right? And so our parents only had, to talk about, oh, don't follow behind this friend, don't follow behind that friend, or whatever the case may be. But nowadays, when we are parenting, we're not just talking about the friends in school. We're talking about, oh, don't watch this on social media.
And wasn't it always that person you really like that they will always tell you not to follow?
Yeah.
And they're just wasting their time, eh?
You really like that girl, and they'll tell you better come down.
See, if that girl, they waste their time. Yeah, go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, so there's so much influence from social media, and in terms of how girls should be looking, how they should be wearing their hair, makeup, nails, all these different things, and then for a lot of our African parents, there were certain things that we were not allowed to do, right, at certain ages. And so now there's that struggle where our children are seeing these things on social media in terms of young girls, young as 9, 10 years old. They're getting their nails done. They're wearing these long Brazilian, weaves and stuff like that. And our children are seeing those things, and in some cases wanting to emulate the same thing. Right. And so there's a little bit of that power struggle, as well, of that influence that exists from social media and from what the parents are also saying or trying to instill in their children. And so I think for girls, it is much more significant. And I think that if we even touch upon suicide a little bit, it is much higher in girls than it is in boys. Studies will also, show us that. And I think that's for some of the very obvious reasons that we're talking about, now.
Great. We listen, I've got to bring you guys back. We got 30 more minutes here, but let me start Turvey, I'm coming to you, but let me start with the doc, then I go to Ms. Grant. Dr. Roberts, today I woke up to this terrible news of the burial, the rituals of the family that went, the entire family that were wiped out in Liberia. And I couldn't watch it. All I saw was pay my respect when they were walking into the church, and then I turned it off. And for me, it was very traumatic. Let's talk a little bit about grief, and feel comfortable. If it's not your area, that's fine. But let's talk about grief. What I saw today, how do I deal with that? I wouldn't even fathom the husband that lost everything.
So let me start off by saying thank you for bringing this out. Well, it is such a heartbreaking dilemma this family is facing, and my heart goes out to them. I'm truly, truly sorry for the loss, Mr. Garnett, of your family. I just looking at the pictures online was very disturbing of people showing the bodies and all of that. And, you know, a lot of times we don't know how this re-traumatizes us, but there is something we call collective grief, right? I don't have to know you to experience the pain. So this is what we see happening in this situation. When this news broke and it went through the internet, if you actually saw the footage of the house burning and all of the gruesomeness of that scene, we all felt some pain if you were connected in that capacity of being a human, right? You felt something. It took you there, just the loss. So collectively, we grieve. And this is what we are experiencing via social media work. We saw that during COVID when there were mass killings, well, mass, not killings, but deaths due to COVID, where it's the entire world we knew somebody or somebody knew somebody that died from COVID. So grief is something that, of course, we experience when we have a loss. It may be a loss of a job. It may be a loss of a person, a pet, or relationship. And we know there are 5 stages of grief. We have denial, we have the anger, we have bargaining, we have depression, and then we have the acceptance. And there are no specific order that we grieve in. Okay, so I just want to put that there. Today, you may accept the fact that your family member is gone, that this really, really happened. Or you may start by being in that denial where I cannot believe, well, this is not happening. I cannot believe this happened at all. I remember when I lost my dad, I was in denial for the longest time. And imagine I am a mental health practitioner. My father passed from cancer, and I just knew somewhere down the line, the doctors were going to tell us that, okay, you know, he's coming back or what have you. Somebody so dear to me, I just couldn't fathom the fact that he will no longer be with me. It was that painful. So many times we go through those different stages, and some people, they start with being angry. They're so angry with everybody else. They start pointing fingers. You did this. You the cause of this. You are the reason why this person passed. Oh, you know, why didn't you do this? We start to place blame. And sometimes when we have our family members that are in terminal illnesses, we bargain with God. God, if you save my father, if you save my mother, I promise you, I will get on the right track. I will do everything right. I will stop drinking. I will stop doing drugs. And we bargain with God. If you do this, I will do this. There are some people that spin right in a depression where they cannot even come out of it. They cannot even get out of their beds. And it's not only death. I want to talk about relationships. Sometimes we see this a lot in men. They take it very hard. They get so depressed where they're not constantly focusing on the day-to-day. And so as I saw the picture of Mr. Garnett today, I saw this look of disbelief, shock in his face. Some of the images I saw online, I felt it. I felt it deep in my soul, the hurt. And collectively, Mr. Jerome, as you saw those pictures and you woke up to that news of the barrier, I'm sure there were some emotions that went through your body, or a mix of emotions that went through your body. So to anybody who have experienced some form of grief, I want you to understand that grief is a process. It is not linear. It's not a straight line. You may be perfectly fine today, and tomorrow you may go back to that position where you're depressed, where you question everything, where you ask the why. God, why me? Why my family member? Why did you have to take my mom away? I prayed. I fasted. I asked God. I did everything that I'm supposed to do, and still. And as Christians, sometimes this can sow seeds of disbelief in God. There are some people that when they come out of their grief, they have to really go back to that space where they are now building a new relationship, trust with God. There are times that we are so angry at God. We're so angry at ourselves. And grief, again, is not something that we can go through it today and tomorrow we are fine. We like to rush people through grief. Some of the things we will say is, my man, ever since that person died, you still crying over that person? Yeah.
I was so terrible at that.
Do that. You know, ever since, my man, ever since I almost left you, hey, you ain't move on with your life, yeah?
Wow, man, how about the women?
Okay, I'm an equal opportunity. I'm sorry.
Yes. Why can't be the women? I said that man left you. You move on.
Ever since that man left you, you didn't get your life together yet, right? You still passing around here talking about your side. You can't move from here, man. All that far man and out there, only that one man you see, he wasn't all that anyway. So, you know,
is that the truth?
That's the truth. So it's a process, and this is what I want us to understand. It's okay to tell people, I'm grieving. I am grieving the loss of my family member, and that is the place I'm in. In fact, you don't even owe anybody an explanation. If they want to know and you feel like you want to tell them, it's okay to say, please respect where I am right now in my grief process. Okay? And that's fine. Don't ask me questions about why I'm grieving if you don't understand. It's a process. And we shouldn't be asking people in the first place. We should be respectful of the fact that they're grieving their mourning. If you cannot support them during that time, and how can you support them? Is there anything that you need? That should be your role. Is there anything that you need? Is there anything I can do for you? I know this is a very difficult time for you. How can you pray with them? Sometimes when we go to visit people that passed, that lost a loved one, we are so uncomfortable sitting in silence. We go and we just start talking.
Talking plenty.
Yeah. People quiet. They are visibly moaning. They don't even know how to process. Hey, my people, you put the radio on, man. It's too quiet in here. You are disrespectful. You are being disrespectful to their experience. Go and sit with them. How are you doing? Is there anything that I can do? How can I help you? What do you need help with? I must say this about our people, though. We are very supportive when it comes to death in our Liberian community. And I think we do a great job at coming out and supporting our people. We need to tweak it a little bit on how respectful we are and what we say, and just be sensitive. And I'm just going to add this. If you do not have permission to share a picture of a loved one who is laying in the casket, please don't. Do not go to people's services and take pictures of the loved one and share it on social media. It is wrong, my people.
So bad.
It is wrong. Imagine what state of mind that man will be in when he opened. He don't want to be reminded. See his babies laying over there, his wife, and that is so wrong. So this whole process of grief, I think it has to do with so many different facets of making sure that we are respectful of individuals who are going through the process ourselves be mindful that you're not going to start today and be done tomorrow. Start today and be done next week. It is perfectly okay if you go back to where you started, continue to work on and doing these things. Try as much as you can to get yourself back to your normal life as much as you can, but don't force it. There are days that you will cover up your head in the bed and cry. That's okay. But then try as much as you can to get out, get some fresh air, eat something, drink, take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Robert, come in before me because we started the conversation. I know you want to tell me.
Yeah, Jerome want to be like, you just want all the women in the talk.
Listen, man, I told you to rank your key anyway, so that's what you get.
Yeah, I was trying not to show, but I couldn't help it. But I think you asked a very important question, and I think the Dr. Kuita just made some salient points. But I think that we're in serious trouble because not only in Liberia you see these kinds of behavior. I think people have no boundaries, right? And I think because we don't have a clear understanding of what personal limits are, right? Or a healthy understanding of what is acceptable or unacceptable behaviors, it's difficult for us to hear someone say, if you are not authorized to take pictures at a funeral, or not just at a funeral, just making announcements of a loved one who has passed before the family actually made that announcement, right? And people do these things not knowing that they don't know if it's acceptable or unacceptable. They just do them. And it bothers me because a lot of what we see happen in our country, by majority of our people, these are norms. This is what bothers me, and from a mental perspective. And so people don't know what's right and what's wrong because they see wrong and they think it's right. They think these are acceptable behaviors. And I saw that picture as well, and I was like, what? I mean, I couldn't believe it. Why would you do that? I mean, dead bodies at a funeral. This is a personal matter. And you got photographers at the funeral, probably not even authorized to be there, taking pictures and sharing it. And I was having a conversation with a friend of mine the other day, and I said, listen, the next time in Liberia, do not expect me to go anywhere near, there's a place called LIB Brunch. And the reason why I'm not going to be at LIB Brunch is because there's no respect for people's, privacy. I mean, cameras are in people's faces. People will see you on videos unauthorized. You don't know if you were even informed about cameras rolling. I mean, so we don't know what's right and what's wrong, and people accept these things. But the question I wanted to ask with regards to the with regards to the people in the villages and in the interior, we have seen for a very long time this increase in traditional medicine. Right. And I think it's because a lot of people have financial difficulties or restraints where they can't afford Western medicine. Right. There have been different reports about bridging the gap between traditional medicine and Western medicine. What are you guys' thoughts on it? First of all, is it and also spiritual healers as well? When people are supposed to be seeking doctor's advice on medical issues, and I'm a Christian as well. There's nothing wrong with praying to God, but I also understand that God gave us common sense. There's a reason why we have doctors. There's a reason why we have nurses, and there's a reason why we have professionals in these areas who have a better understanding of diagnosis and medically what needs to be done for redress. But in our country, a lot of times people who are spiritually inclined feel like, you know what? I don't need to go to the doctor. I'm just going to pray about this, right? They don't think they can do both. Well, I don't need to go to the hospital. I just go to and do traditional medicine. Do you think traditional medicine or spiritual healing has become a problem for some of these medically related issues like mental health? And if so, how do we bridge the gap with traditional medicine, spiritual healing, and Western medicine?
To me?
Yeah, let's start with Miss Grant this time. Let's start with Miss Grant.
Okay. Well, when it comes to the physical health, I really don't want to go much into discrediting traditional medication, traditional healing, because what I learned and what I know, there was a guy I always like to go back to stories, things that I was told and I saw. There was a guy in Lofa County that could heal any broken bones. Any broken bones. So when you break your legs or something, and what those days in the 70s and the 80s, I think he died a long time. You go to JFK, the people take you there, he will fix it for you, and you get out. And unfortunately, what he was doing, the leaves or something he was using, he did not pass it on to people. And when you look at physically, you look at some of the medications that the Western people using, some of them, most of them come from those traditional medication, physically. It comes from there. But we African, most of us, those traditional doctors, they learn these things. There are leaves in the bushes that the people will take and put together and give it to you, and you get all you well. But instead of giving it to the people to advance in the auto, some people went and advanced in and brought the medication out, and it did well. But at the same time, I'm not telling people do not go and seek doctor help. No, go. Because you, as a Christian, I believe God gave these people the mind, to work. I'll tell you, COVID time, I had a friend that refused to wear masks. And she's like, I'll just keep praying to God, and God will help me. And they're like, girl, these people are telling us to wear the mask and telling us to take the vaccination. God gave them that mind, So, and she ended up getting COVID. Fortunately for her, it was not too bad. She got through it. But I would tell people, go and seek medical help too. But when it comes to mental health, when it comes to the mind, people need to be educated to know that people are trained to help you. If you're not trained, you can cause more harm. But physically, I think people should, I don't want to just totally discredit what some of our traditional.
Okay, Miss Grant, real quick, let me push back a little bit here. I grew up in the interior. I know my mother gave me that jolobo every day.
I did it too.
Now the thing is, there were no measurement or dose. She just gave me a whole cup and you drink it. Someday the cup is big. Someday, I mean, so I
think women, I don't know about this. All right, chloroquine. You're not chloroquine better. You think where they took it from? When they put all those things together. Yeah, I will tell you what, I was growing up. I grew up in Banga with my grandmother and my grand uncle. I tell you, every Saturday they would give us that jolobo in a cup. And my grand uncle would tell us, turn it to your mouth. Don't even try to take it out there and finish, because when just a little bit, they will give you some more. And my grandmother had a global friend, a lady, may also rest in peace. When you said you get malaria, she will mash that pepper. The pepper, she will mash it and rub your back down with it and cover you up. And then you will sweat. I tell you, when you finish sweating, you get out of it, you will. I don't know where it came from, but I experienced it when I was growing up in Banga. So I don't know, but it happened. Okay,
but it's interesting that you're
telling people not to seek the Western medication and the Western health. But when it comes to mental health, you have to seek the Western one, because it's your mind, and people learn, people study it to help you.
But it's interesting that you mentioned chloroquine, and I could be wrong, because I had this conversation with my mother, where I asked, there's something seems to be different with chloroquine in Liberia, because I took a few of those as well. And every time that I took chloroquine as a kid in Liberia, the reaction that I got was quite different than when I took chloroquine in the U.S. For instance, like there was less itching of the skin and you know, and scratching and things like that.
All right,
So is it a possibility that, to your point, that you know, those medications could have been infused
with different things?
With
But
traditional,
I'm just talking about the bitterness. I'm talking about the bitterness. When you compare chloroquine bitterness to Kehleboe, brother, that's almost the same thing. But maybe the Western have put their own stuff into it too. That's why and doing that. And I just want to go back to grieving. Today, when I saw that picture, it triggered something in me too. And I cut Facebook. I was like, no, I'm not looking, because it triggered when my father died and then my mother. So I was like, oh my God. And like Dr. Robert said, grieving not something you can just get over it like that. No, it takes time. Even if you accept it, I don't tell people that I haven't accepted that my mom is dead. But it comes to sometime when I get home, I still have a number in my phone. And be like, oh, I need to call my mom and let her know this thing happened, you know. Then I come to myself and be like, oh. So when I'm dealing with, I have a client that, I mean, one after another, people passing away. And when I go to see her, I have to talk to her about coping with her grief. But at the same time, I'm being triggered, you know. And lucky for me, fortunately for me, she a strong believer in God. So when we get there, she bring it out. And with my grieving process, I keep praying for God to give me that strength, you know. And so then I encourage her to do it, which you have to be very careful when you're dealing with clients, because you can bring your religion into it. But if they accept it, they want to talk about it, you can talk about it. So you have to do that. And then when it comes to, like, we know our people grieving, right after the funeral, when somebody died from you, people will come in your home, they will be with you. But as soon as they bury that person, you alone. Nobody coming around again. Then how do you grieve? And so we, the friends and family, sometimes you need to keep checking on that person, because it end up turning into depression. The person not going around. So it's a hard thing. And just seeing the man, like everybody's saying, it's like, all right, where do I go from here? And it's not something you're going to get over right now.
Wow.
That's possible.
Thank you. Dr. Masakwe, grieving real quick.
I mean, I think Sis Minerva and Dr. Quita have said it all in terms of it being a process. And I think that it looks different for everyone.
Yeah.
As Dr. Quita mentioned before, there's no time limit or time stamp in terms of how long someone should grieve. And sometimes just when you think that someone should have, I guess, gotten over, you know, the passing of that loved one, they're easily triggered by, you know, a fresh event such as the one we're referencing, you know, today. So I think just to kind of respect even what I think Mr. Robert was saying in terms of boundaries. And I think, I don't know, you know, social media is great for so many things. Right. But I think it's bad for so many reasons, because I think we've kind of lost some of the etiquette, some of the respect, as Mr. Robert was saying, talking about kind of like the boundaries. I was thinking more about respect, you know, that we just kind of lost some of that, you know, when it comes to some of these things that someone maybe is having a, you know, although it's a public mental health crisis, it doesn't mean that it should then become entertainment. Right. And so, you know, I think that we oftentimes use social media, you know, for all the very wrong reasons. But I hope, kind of coming back to, you know, the mental health awareness, I hope that, you know, because it is a tool, it is a medium that we use so very often in this day and age, and that we kind of can't do without. I hope that we will utilize it to be able to create more awareness. And I would love to be at a place where I see our religious leaders, whomever those are in our communities, coming out and using the platforms and, you know, this medium to be able to kind of, you know, like use more culturally affirming messaging in terms of mental health, you know, awareness. I think that folks need to hear it from the people that they look up to, such as the religious leaders. Take it a step further, these social media content creators and, you know, social media influencers, these are the people that folks are watching on a daily basis. They're at work during their 12 hours or 16 hours. And you know, folks are watching these individuals to help pass time. And so I would hope that they would utilize their platforms, their voices, their ability to be able to create messaging, to be able to say, hey, it's okay if you're not feeling okay. This is what it looks like. These are the people that you can reach out to, as opposed to kind of just making it about entertainment and about utilizing it to shame people for what they were experiencing in that moment. And like Dr. Quita said something very early on in terms of not speaking on something that you don't know, that you don't know about, or that you don't have all the facts or all the information about. Oftentimes on social media, we see a clip, we see a moment, an isolated scenario. We don't see the entire picture to be able to make a full assessment about what someone is experiencing or why they are experiencing that. And so the best thing we can do, if you are in that person's space, is to reach out for assistance, so that the professionals can come in and do their jobs.
Yes.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we invited you for 2 hours, but you've been here for 3 hours.
3 hours. Let me try this.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes. We got 5 minutes.
Yes, we better draw down the curtains. But I wanted to ask this question because we can't talk about everything else and not talk about relationship and soul ties and stuff like that. That's a different discussion. But I want to
that's a different topic.
I want to scratch the surface. Reason being, we see oftentimes even on social media when there's a breakup. First of all, people, I know they say in other culture, but I like to bring it home. Our own people will say, "Oh, it takes one man to face the other. It takes one woman to face the other." So I break up with John Joe today. The next minute, I'm going to pick up or I mirror, this vice versa with the man. And also too, you break up today and then everybody lashing up on Facebook. You take onto Facebook, you lash at that husband, that boyfriend, and vice versa. Or sometimes in relationship, people tie to pornography. And then we see on the same social media where they meet, people meet people, and I put all of this together, all types of relationship. But the man would say, send me a picture of how you look. And then the person got to send that naked picture because the man was showing how they look. They got to show their body parts and all of that. So just a lot in that space. And then you break up with somebody, but then you say sneaky on the social media. I call Quita to say,
it's not mental health.
I keep the person, but I call it Quita. Oh, what going on? Who you married to? Who you loving to? And what going on? I use your fake page on my real page. You go sneak on the person page. I mean, talk to us, ladies. And me start with that.
It's not mental health.
No. The reason it's mental health because that person must be dealing with because breakup. You can go for help. Whether through marriage or relationship. Yes, how to cope with healthy breakups. Whether through abuse or whatever it is, but breakup, that is a mental health issue. I know friends that have gone to seek help through the breakup of the husband cheated or they just walk away from the relationship or whatever reason, and they went to go see help. So I said a lot because we're out of time, but how can you cope with breakup or some of these things in a healthy way? Because we see some of these things happening in a healthy way on social media or even in our daily lives.
I'm telling the girl, you break up with me, I ain't breaking up with you.
So, Dr. if you can't answer it, next question, I'm sure somebody got an answer here for it. So it is a mental health issue.
Dr. Masako, you got 1 minute on this one. We'll come back to that later on when you come back. Because that's a whole different ball game there. That's a sweet one.
No, this is a relationship trouble. That's part of it.
That's right. Go ahead.
Well, this is a loaded question, so I don't know.
I rushed through it because I was thinking it, but I couldn't get the time to talk, so I had to kind of put everything together.
That's right.
But,
you can call us back for that one, but in short,
in
short, I would not encourage anyone to utilize social media as a means to vent about a breakup. Let me preface that, right? Not in the way that we see it done, right? Not in the way that we see it done. If it's done to demean, embarrass, humiliate someone, which is what we're often seeing in our community specifically, I would not encourage anyone to do so. I think that there are other healthy ways to be able to address or attend to the grief or the loss that you're feeling as a result of this relationship that no longer exists
or this breakup that has happened. And so, like you mentioned before, like you have a friend that went to seek help. Again, we've been talking about this for the last couple of hours. That is perfectly okay. That is perfectly normal. There are trained professionals out there who specifically deal with marital issues, relational issues, whatever the case may be. So, everyone has their area. And so I would encourage someone that if that is the case, and I think the other beauty about seeking an outside professional, in my view, this is someone who has no skin in the game. This is someone who owes you nothing but to be honest with you.
Right.
Whereas maybe if I went to my next door neighbor, we have a different kind of relationship. And so maybe my next door neighbor, might be a little cautious about kind of being completely truthful with me about the manner in which I'm dealing with this grief. But a trained professional, this is his or her expertise, will give me their raw, unfiltered, appropriate opinion and guidance in terms of how I should cope with this, so that it does not impact my daily living. And I think that is the key, right? Oftentimes these breakups, the way in which we're grieving end up impacting our daily living and the way in which we carry out about life on a daily basis. So I wouldn't encourage anyone to utilize social media in that way in terms of addressing, their grief.
Thank
you. I will go quick before Dr. Ramos.
You said I'm not making that all. What are you talking?
There's your area because you do it.
I just say, okay. Most of the time, what I'm noticing, what I'm observing, especially in our Liberian community, when it comes to breakup, I think people just doing it on most of the people. Some people will do it because they just want to get it on the thing on social media. But I think most of the people getting it up because they want to create context. I they call it on social media content to make money.
Yeah, but it's still unhealthy ways.
It's unhealthy. It's very unhealthy. But they when you look deep, they want to make money too. It's very unhealthy. Like Dr. Masako said, go with a professional, meet the professional, talk about it as something you need to talk about, But you can come to me to talk about, then you go on Facebook. I think most of the time they want to create content so they can make money. Some of them, I'm not saying everybody. I'm not saying everybody.
Right.
But then when it comes to women and men, because they get some men too that send that nude, the naked pictures. I don't know. I just think it is wrong. At this time and age we are in now, with everything that's been going on, and you're hearing people sending them new picture and this thing, what's going on. I just think it's not right. Although if you do that, then make money out of it, like the way some of the celebrity did. I don't want to call him, but then you make money out of it. But I don't think it is right. I'm not going, because I don't know who you're going to send my picture to tomorrow, or who's going to take your phone. So people need to learn that. And I have a young adult, my daughter, she's young, and from the time she started with them social media thing, she's not ready on social media like that. But because of her age, when she was coming off, well, they MP, I think, but now all of them on social media. And now when we sit to talk, I tell her, I say, no man should tell you, send me this and send me that. Don't do it. They want to see a go there to them. You tell young adult, let them see a physical. Maybe all of you should turn your phone down when you're in the room.
They're gonna have glasses.
No, don't put no glasses on nothing.
Don't put glasses
on. You put it. You know why you're putting in the bag.
Glasses too, because the phone not letting. Glasses.
I'm not saying you take the glasses off, you put it in the bag. Put it in the bag. Whatever.
You gotta put a watch in the bag.
Okay.
But what about?
I gotta take my watch off, my glasses. I would just stick with my wife. I would just stick with my wife. For 30 years, I was sticking with her.
And you made it to scream at you when we started. I went to go visit this person, my girlfriend, and in her apartment, I just heard this girl and this guy talking. But it was like, you're into it. Oh, you get them out, say did this. They said, yeah, that's why fuck. Sorry to say, fuck you good. She said, yeah, myself, I did it to you too. I said, that's it. I opened the door and I went to her. I said, you said it right thing to him. Just you did it right thing. He looked at me like, oh my, where you coming from? I said, well, you said you. And she herself fucking so what's wrong with that? You go for and they went back in the room. I just say we, our young children, even older people, they get some older women are doing that thing. Why would you want to send your naked picture to somebody? Even if I'm married, I won't even send it to my husband because I don't know what will happen tomorrow. Please, it's not happy.
So let me say this though. I think that and that you guys are the professional, but just being a normal person. I think a lot of times, and I utilize my social media page as someone who has a platform and a voice, and as someone who a lot of people have respect for and look up to, right? And I think that when it comes to the nitty gritty of how we use our social media, whether we should send pictures to in confidence to our spouses, I have no issues with that. I think a lot of this though, I don't think, and I could be wrong, some of it might be mental issues, right? Right. But I think a lot of this also has to do with indiscipline.
Yeah.
I think a lot of our folks are just indisciplined. Listen, if I broke up with someone and we in confident share new picture, I mean, there's why am I sharing that picture with anyone for that matter? What am I trying to prove? But in this country, people have gotten sued and even jailed for invading people's privacy, right?
Yeah.
There was a documentary I watched the other day, and this a stepfather had a camera in his bathroom, and he was actually watching the nude of visitors, and a lot of these folks were kids, his own daughter who went into the bathroom with her boyfriend and they kind of got intimate. All of those things were caught on the camera. It wasn't until a young kid who was visiting realized that there was a hidden camera in the bathroom. He took the camera and he took it home to his parents, and his parents called the cops and said, listen, at a friend's house, my son, brought to our attention that there was a hidden camera. This guy got arrested and he was jailed for 5 years.
Yeah.
Right.
They get more.
And
Yeah, that's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah.
This had nothing to do with mental or whatever. I think people have internal sicknesses, but I think a lot of these things are indiscipline because again, my mother or my parent raised me to be able to handle personal matters personally.
Right.
People
right.
share things on social media that that they want you to see. If I have issues with my wife, it's not for social media to know about it. If I broke up with my wife or whatever the case is, it's not for me to share her nude pictures. And so I think that there has to be a line. I think I talked about boundaries earlier. We just we lack this clear understanding, a sense of personal limit and what is acceptable and what is unacceptable. Some of these behaviors are unacceptable behavior that must be taught a very expensive lesson. In Liberia, they are normalized. Nothing becomes of these things. But I think until people start to hold people accountable in a court of law for making defaming statements, for sending nude pictures, we talked about it yesterday. People are recording people who are in Liberia visiting. They're recording you. Someone is married and they go to Liberia. I'm not saying you should be married and step out, but if you're an adult and you're engaging an adult who's married and you are aware that this person is married, then why are you recording them without their consent? Why are you recording young women? There's an older guy who recorded a young girl, and to exploit her. Why are you doing these things? So I think there's a mental issue argument. Yet there's a lot of indiscipline issue that's going on with all of our young women on social media. Sharing, I mean, there's a story with this girl called Sata. She was on live slapping her husband, and things have really unraveled with her, right? And so I think there's indiscipline. But my question to you guys is, since we're still talking about this mental health, is how do we help our friends and our sisters, our brothers understand that, if you don't think you have a disciplinary issue that can be addressed, if you think this is something sickening, If you think this is something mental, how do we have these conversations with them to understand the difference and what kind of help that they need to seek? Like in the case of Sata, for instance.
So I think I want to go back to the unhealthy patterns of relationships, separation, or how you call it. Breakups are painful. We cannot, ignore the fact that breakups are very painful. And so just to add a psychological spin on it, we hear people say this so cliche, hurt people, right?
Right.
When we hurt people, when we are hurt, we want to hurt other people. So what would I do? I go into my phone, I take snapshots of all of the pictures, the text messages, and I put it on Facebook. Why? Because there is an audience who will respond to that level of negativity. They will feed that type of behavior. I know within myself, when I get on Facebook, I'm hurting, I'm crying, I'm struggling, but when I turn on this phone, I see 1,000 messages. Good for you. Oh my goodness. You know why he did this? And it's been spread. That's that social media, like we call it, a situation where we gain credence from that. It makes you feel larger than you are. Grandiosity, we call that in psychology. It's a false hope of I'm bigger than I am. All of our influencers, most of them, they have that false idea of I am this big star, right? So I can do all of these things because people love me, people want to see me. Sata, for example, okay, her following thousands of people in the beginning, they thought it was funny.
Right.
Saw it, they fell on it, they laughed, they encouraged it, and by encouraging her, she started to do more.
Right.
Instead of them saying to her, it's wrong, you're abusing your husband, this is not right. Oh, Sata slapped this man. It became a whole thing of the man was weak, right? He became this weak man that his wife beating him up. So it grew over time. So I just want to add that it is not just that simple. We see unhealthy patterns of breakup. There is probably unhealthy patterns that were in that relationship. And social media is not a way to gain support if you are going to utilize that in a negative way.
Right.
If you do want to find support, there are support groups out there on social media or on the internet. If you're serious about getting the support that you need, just like we will say somebody who is addicted to drugs, and if you want to be clean, we will discourage you from going around people who are drinking, using, and smoking. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing. So I think going back to the point of how do we support people in these type of situations, point them to where they can get help. And like we rightfully stated, the time is 5 spent. So I know right now, we have to cap it.
Yes. Yeah. Mr. Gayman, over to you. Can we wrap up?
No.
Thank you very
Need
much.
to cap it.
Yes, it lets our guest, Dr. Massaquoi, your parting comment, and how do we get in touch with where you practice? Is there a telephone number? How do we contact? If I wanted to come and see you for whatever reason, how do I get in contact with Dr. Massaquoi?
Sure. I want to say, first of all, thank you again for having me on this platform tonight to speak on this very, very, very important topic. And I hope that this is just the beginning of many more conversations, around mental illness, especially the way in which it impacts our Liberian community or our African community. There are resources available. You don't have to suffer in silence. And I want to encourage anyone who's out there who knows within themselves that they may not be feeling okay, to seek help. Whether you are in Liberia, reach out to the doctor, and hopefully maybe through the doctor, the doctor can then point you in the right direction if you're not aware of who those professionals are in Liberia. In the United States, there are just a plethora of services available right at your fingertips. Like Dr. Quita said, a lot of us live in states where our local social service department can be a start in terms of seeking out mental health services. And you can even reach out to your primary care doctor. If you don't have a primary care doctor, a lot of our states have like 211, 411 information lines where you can seek out services. I know they also have this new line, I think is 988 as well. And so, although you can also reach out to that line as well in terms of seeking out services. So there's no excuse why we should sit and suffer in silence when there are so many services available. I would hope also that our religious figures would also open up their arms, their churches, and their sites to be able to bring more awareness and education and more acceptance around this issue. Partner with local clinics, with local entities in terms of bringing this education and awareness as well, so that we can continue to spread the word and kind of remove the stigma, the stereotyping, the judgment, the shame, all those things that exist that have prevented our people from seeking help for as long as, it has been. In terms of reaching out to me, I can provide my email address if that is okay. And I can be reached at drmassaquoi23@gmail.com. That's DR, my last name, Massaquoi, the number 23@gmail.com. And I'm in the state of Delaware again.
Thank you very much. Dr. Quita?
It has been a pleasure in joining all of you beautiful ladies and gentlemen here tonight. This topic was very much needed. And I know we cannot have enough talk about mental health. It is something that should be interwoven in our everyday fiber. So I thank you, closing argument, for making this a priority today. How fitting, especially during this time of the year where many families are struggling. There are many people who spend the day yesterday in pain because they're either mourning the love of a loved one or they're by themselves. They feel isolated and they see pictures of families happy and they don't have a smile on their face. So I hope today we encourage somebody. I hope today we brought hope to somebody. I hope today will be a new beginning of somebody who listened long enough to know that there is something wrong. There is a need for me to seek help. And there is no shame in seeking help. Let us break the stigma. Let us stop the judgment. Let us start the conversation where we can create safe spaces. We talk about safe spaces a lot. However, we break trust the minute we hear information about something that has to do with somebody's mental health or the state of their mental health. So I encourage everyone tonight who have been fortunate and who will listen in the future. If you do know of somebody who is suffering, be that person who will be a sounding board. Be that listening ear without judgment. Encourage them to seek help. Dr. Nafisa have given so many resources as to where we can seek help. Start with your local government. There are lots of resources in Liberia. Start with E.S. Grant, the Carter Center, Ministry of Health, Mental Health Department, I believe, and so many more that I may not even know. If you do have some resources, follow me on the Friendly Counselor on Facebook. That is a free page that I share information on mental health awareness and mental health education. We do have advocates in Liberia that are in schools, various schools. I believe David Washington was on. He is the county lead for my program in Liberia. So if you do have a need, you do need to reach me in Liberia, you can contact me through the Friendly Counselor Foundation. You can also contact me here in the United States through my private practice. I am in the state of Maryland, where I run a private practice, and it is morethanmaincounseling.org. Morethanmaincounseling.org. You can find me there, send me a quick information, any questions that you may have, that will send it directly to my email. You can also inbox me via the Friendly Counselor, and any information that you need. There are free resources that I will be more than happy to provide without charge. And if I cannot help you, I may know somebody who can help you. Again, you do not have to suffer in silence. Please seek help.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grant.
Well, thank you very much for this awesome platform, and I really appreciate coming to talk with these doctors and you guys. Well, I'm in Minnesota, and I would tell you the mental health services very good in Minnesota. If you need help, go. If you're working, talk with your HR. They will tell you who to talk to. They will provide resources for you. Even if you're not working, you can go on the Minnesota Department of Human Services or Minnesota Department of Health Services, yeah, and you'll get a lot of resources. I'm here, I can provide resources for people. I'm in the community. I know people know me in the community. I can diagnose. I'm not a doctor, but I work with people with mental health issues. So if you need resources, you can call me or email me, and I'm willing to give you resources. Don't sit alone. We are here to help. There are a lot of Liberians practitioners and licensed therapists in Minnesota. There are a lot of Liberian licensed therapists in Minnesota. So you can reach out to them too if you need our culture environment. You can reach out to them, but I'm willing to help. Again, my name is Minerva Grant. I live in Minnesota, and I am available. My number is 763-238-2766, or you can email me on Grant. It's GRA, the three alphabet, and then my whole first name, Minerva @gmail.com. And if you know the OLM office, the Liberian and the Organization of Liberian in Minnesota, you can reach there too if you want to get in touch with me. Somebody will direct you to me too. So, yes, so please let us reach out. And I just want to say something to our professionals here, our lesson professionals in America. Please let us do something in Liberia. I heard Dr. Y'all putting an organization or something together. Maybe we need to go there and do something there and help to build up the structure there, to build it, or we need to do that. So, because people say, oh, yeah, just go, y'all talk. What else y'all would do? And we know we're not expecting the government to say they're going to pay for you to come and this thing, but we can write up proposals, we can give it to them. And some people get this sabbatical to go and help, yearly. So I see that the professionals that are online, that are listening, if we can get together and go Liberia and help, that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you just listened to a group of professional Liberians. I will be depending on Dr. Masakwe and Dr. Roberts and Grant. Hopefully you have a directory that we can link to our services, that when somebody needs somebody within the Maryland area, they know where to go. If they're in the Staten Island area, we know where to go. If you're in Minnesota, we know where to go. If you need a neurologist, we should be able to find a neurologist in that directory. If you need a therapist, we should have it. So, Dr. Masakwe, I'm not hiring you, I'm not demanding you, but hopefully you guys can lead this so we can collectively have a directory where we can say, this is where these people are. I didn't know this my first. I've been around and I've been doing this show for a while. I never knew you were even here. Dr. Robert, never knew you were here. Miss Grant, my first time even hearing about you. There's a reason that if the information gap is here in America where we should not have it. Just imagine what's happening in Liberia.
Exactly.
So we should have that information flowing here among us so we can know who you are. Thank you very much for your services. You can leave. We'll take 5 minutes to do our little evaluation, and then we'll close up. We should be on 8:30.
No, I was saying thank you to them. We asked them for 2 hours. They gave us 3.
Yes.
3.5.
And you're coming back. We started on the relationship one. We just scratched it. We just we spent 2 hours on our. Thank you very much for coming. You can click off now. Thank you very much. And I know Tevi will be getting back to you soon. God bless.
Okay, how do I leave from here?
You can just accept.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Thank you very much, Elvin, for giving us a good show. Robert Garguah, your evaluation.
I mean, this is proof that Liberia is not lacking of not only people who are intellectual on paper, but people who can clearly articulate that which they've learned. You can hear the experience in the deliberations. Smart, young. These are not old Liberian doctors. I just want to reemphasize that these are young, smart, professional women, and these are people that we, as a society, we in this whole rebranding of Liberia, this rebuilding of Liberia, these are people we should be running after. I heard Dr. Quita talked about this whole sense of fear when professionals leave here and go back home. That there's this mindset that people think that they're going to take your jobs, you know. But it's not about who takes who job. It's about who has what it takes to make the kind of impact that we want. We want to see in our country. And when you have these professionals, just in America, we're having people in positions who are not have as qualified as they are. Not just qualified. These women looks like true professionals, well raised, and they know exactly what they're talking about. So this is proof that we have the quality. The Ghanaians are not smarter than us. They are not more educated than us. The Ghanaians are not. Our counterparts are not. We have not been able to tap into our very best. This is what breaks my heart. That we have these people out here that are willing to give back one way or the other. We have just not been able to tap into them because someone somewhere who have spent their lives running campaign, and someone somewhere who has been given an opportunity to leave feel the need to reward these individuals with political offices, even though they are aware that they lack what we need to transform our country. So I'm really amazed by this conversation. Thanks to Telva and everyone else who made this happen. And I think we should have these conversations often. People need to be educated on these things, and the more information we put out there about it, the better. But kudos to these ladies, man. I thought they were phenomenal.
Thank you. Honorable Nagbe.
Yeah, I mean, let me join Robert and to thank the ladies, the professionals. I think they did a wonderful job. I'm also feeling the same thing Robert is feeling, and this is, the thread throughout. It just really sickens me and saddens me that we can be so backward in Liberia to the point where, we can be so inward looking, to the extent where we refuse to accept help even when it is being offered. These ladies, some of them, these ladies are professionally established. My guess is if they went to Liberia to help, they'll be giving more than they will get out. Yes, when somebody goes to Liberia to help, they would need a little bit of money for gasoline and all of that. I think that's fair. But compared to what they will be paid, I think it will be pittance. But that these people are being shown and people are afraid of them. It's the same story throughout, everywhere, in every sector. People are so panicking to the point where even when they know they need help, they won't accept it. But let me give a shout out to my boy Rufus Tate. They were talking about E.S. Grant, Dr. Edward E.S. Grant. We worked together at the National Readjustment Commission, one of the Liberia's foremost. I mean, he was a lawyer, he was a cadre, he was everything. E.S. Grant, Edward Snow. I think that was my crew boy. So congratulations to Rufus. All that work you and Dr. Grant were doing, I think, is beginning to pay off. I also incidentally I worked briefly with Dr. Ben Harris, again from the National Readjustment Commission. He had just come into the country. Met him at the UNICEF and WHO meeting. A lot of respect for Dr. Ben Harris. So for those who are laying out the line, I just want to commend. And then shout out to my own wife, You know, my wife is a mental health as well as drug and alcohol counselor.
Why you tell us okay, we want to come on with the people?
No, man, don't do
I don't
it.
know where anywhere near you.
Hey, you are not going to be on.
No one of us.
But thank you very much. Thank you for the show.
Victor been sober for 35 years. Thank you. Tell me.
No, I think I agree with everybody. I think what's a good show, and the whole idea is just showcasing our professionals so they can discuss, topics that really matter. And this was a classic example. As I was listening to these ladies, because I deal with them, behind the scene, even in their communications, they're professional. I mean, start that on the feast. That woman is so detailed. The first time I reached out to her, she sent me a whole thing. Yeah. I had to put myself together to respond to her. And then she sent me again. I went back and we went back. Talking about professionalism. So this is not even a stage thing. Same thing with Quita. I've dealt with Quita extensively as a client, building her platform and just as a friend. I mean, these are professional women 24/7. And I'm listening to them, Maneuver as well, all of the professional women. And then I said a thing, I'm like, okay, these are the same women that studied social sciences and the human mind. And then we got, y'all not like me. We got 2 social workers on the other side that went, stop. How can we compare the whole thing with the Fatima and the religious team with the teams and the same people? They all went to the same school, the CT. How?
Fatima
how we allow the whole team? By the way, no, let's want a conversation. I just be funny. No, but it was good conversation. Stay tuned for more like this. Everybody watching, or if you know friends that are professional, whatever discipline, we're trying to bring everybody on. So probably next week we'll be talking about education, or we'll be talking with got folks or engineers. I want to kind of talk about road construction and the safeguards and everything from the zoning, for the procurement, everything. They want to talk about so different group. Got another group that want to talk about policy. Another group wants to talk about medicine and pharmacy or whatever it is. How different things. So we're not going to do this every week, but it's hard to pull these people together. There's a lot of back and forth. Maybe every other weekend, but more to come. Or every other Friday, but more to come.
The only thing I didn't like, I kind of held myself back a little bit. I know she's listening, and I didn't want to interrupt.
The cuss word.
Well, Miss Green should be able to say intermission.
That F word.
Without blatantly saying the word F. So Miss Gwen, please, this is a radio friendly, and people are catching me from Liberia. Man, y'all let out use that kind of F bomb.
Listen. It was after 12 in Liberia, so that was good.
She just slipped. Because you don't even talk like that. I think she just slipped. She doesn't even sing like that.
Listen, the woman is being real, and that's something good for you to have people to be real. But
it's an biology class. You have here to
it's an biology class. I like that one. But guys, listen, it was great. This is what I kept saying to our guys. The difference between public radio, NPR, and Howard Stern, right? People go to Howard Stern to learn how to cuss and everything, but when they want the real substance, they go to NPR. Because you can't cite Howard Stern. You can't say. But you said NPR because the citation is there. It is credible. It is well researched. And more people go to it in the long run than they do to the other folks. And that's what we are trying to do here. At some point, people will say, you know what? If we need something, let's go to that Friday the 28th show and rewatch it, and we can pull some resources out of that. That's what it is. So when you see us bring these people on, I mean, can you imagine Liberia? That when you look at the folks in Liberia, they are addicted to degrees. So people just go to school with all the corresponding experience. You just go from college to college to college. You bring 10 degrees and you say that here. And they say, man, you got 10, this man got 2, you more than qualified without the corresponding experience that you have ever had in your life to do anything. Now they all got the jobs, they got the most degrees, and we cannot see the corresponding impact of all that degree when you listen to these guys talking about degree, but no experience. Now here we are. Today, if the Liberian House of Representatives can call the executive and say, your fee, they budget your poor here ain't correct. Listen, if the folks can tell you, if the House of Representatives can tell you, say your budget is not achievable, can you imagine? This says a lot about our finance minister, all the other folks. The House of Representatives, we say they are the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to intellectualism. They are saying the budget is not achievable. It's a lie. Something is wrong. But ladies and gentlemen, Tavis, thank you very much. This is great. Let's do this again. Today is Black Friday, my man. Robert, what happened to your black?
Is that why you wore black?
Yeah,
no, man. I have
We didn't get the memo.
Yeah, you get the memo. I found my clothes every week. So every week, from Monday to Sunday, I know where I'm coming where to work. So I can.
Oh man, you gotta dress according to man. You were in Florida and St. Patrick's Day, you go wear something different. You wear green.
But I gotta wear green on St. Patrick's Day.
So guys, thank you. Let's do this on Monday. I heard they're gonna have is that Robert Padet is going to be here? Who is Robert Padet?
I think he's from IMO or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, there's a lot being made about Liberia making it back on the IMO seat, National Migration Organization. I think that's what it is. I learned about it way back.
Okay.
Because my friend Milton T.J. was working. But it's been a great show. Thank you very much, man.
Okay, guys. Enjoy yourselves. Let's do this.
Miss Grant, it's okay, Miss Grant. I just thought.
No, I just shook him and Eva.
Yeah, I just thought to mention that. That's all. But you're good. You did it.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, that's good.
Don't worry about it.
Thank you. She's real.
All right, good night, guys.
Realist. Thank you.